Yeah, what? Oh shit. Are you ready? It's time. Stream time. Yeah. Brand new game. Came out today. Aphelion. Aphelion? Aphelion them titties, girl.
I'm a feeling on them titties, girl. That's right. That's what I said. Oh, I better get on.
Inverted question mark, inverted question mark, inverted
Fuck.
exclamation mark, inverted
Fuck.
exclamation mark. Are you going to leave all the bodies in the shed when you move?
God damn it, dude. I'm here, I promise. I'm not a ghost. Don't fret. Not a ghost. Just had to have to reinitialize my fucking camera. It's gonna be real bright for a second. There you go. Hold on. There we go. The fuck? What the fuck? Was I fucking with my settings? Why is it so fucking dark? Did I fuck with the exposure or something? I have no idea what could have happened. I didn't touch my fucking camera. That is weird. Okay. Everything good there? Okay. Huh. Yeah. No idea, man. No, it's not Logitech. No, it's the Elgato or Elgato. Yes, I think the face cam, Elgato face cam. Yeah. Okay, that is not right. So it should be there. Exposure there. Saturation should be around there. I think. When you turn off the light, oh, when I do this. So this is like lower FPS than this. This is higher FPS then. You're saying. Okay. Okay. Weird. All right. God damn my hair. I don't even know why I bother. I'm too lazy to shave it. I should just shave it. Okay. Looks good now? Okay.
Zeke.
Yeah, I have no idea what was going on, man. And it's my brightness is like set at 80 for some reason. Okay. I don't know. So it looks good. We look all right. We're feeling good then. Dax, thank you for the 20 months. Appreciate that. Goody with 78. Vincent right away with gifted sub to Overjoyed Android. A bit too bright. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So let's knock her down to 70. How's 70 feel? 70 feel good? Go down even more, or are we good? Gucci. We're all Gucci. Gucci Mane. Cool. Zeke, you're not very bright. Yeah, I know. The light is matching the IQ. How would it look at 0? Like this. Yeah. That's too bright. There we go. The void hungers. Great vibes. Yeah. A billboard advertising a pie shop read just 3.14 miles away. Okay. So, I mean, is that even really a joke? That's the thing. Is that a joke? Oh, I didn't do my normal thing. Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, all around the world. My name is Ezekiel III, and I had 2 full days off, and I feel fucking weird. I always feel weird about it. That drop frame is really like that little 3-hour chunk on Sundays keeps me like, you know, in work mode a little bit more than having 2 days off in a row. It's fucking weird. Yeah, DF is like group therapy. Sure. Yeah. So it's weird. And I'm going to be missing a bit more time next week too, because I'm moving. A week from, well, actually 6 days from now, I'll be setting forth on Monday. Grabbing the U-Haul and getting out of here. Heading on down to Texas. Depending on how fast we can get internet down there, we'll see about a stream. Next week, I'm not sure. But for now, I'll probably be off Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, at the very least. If not Thursday, Friday as well. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I don't know. It depends on how fast we can get internet in there, but yes, Texas has good internet. Yeah, especially the Austin area, and the area that I'm in should have fiber, or at least like 2 gig up and down. Why is he moving? Did they find out he lives near a school? It's funny that you say that, because I do. This house is near a school, which is funny. But no, they didn't find out. I'm going to Texas for warmer weather, because Katie hates the winters here. And the air is very dry here in Colorado. And it makes her miserable. It makes her physically miserable. So that's why we're moving. Yeah, cue another record-breaking snowstorm in Texas this year. I know. It's not like we're going to escape the winter. It's just going to be less cold, I'd imagine. Yeah. Once you get down here in Texas, you should stop at some point, go to Gonzales. And then try Gonzales Food Market there. Barbecue is awesome. Okay. Be honest, you're going to live with your love with JP and Ollie? Yes. I'm hoping that our dogs will be friends at some point. Maybe we'll just kidnap Ollie and bring him over to our house. Is Scott moving too? God, no. No, I don't want to say it out. Like, I hate saying it out loud, but that's part of the reason why we're moving too, is so we can get away from Scott and his shenanigans. It's just, he's too close for comfort. I'll just tell you that. He's just too close for comfort. Don't you have to tell all the neighbors you're moving in first? We took care of that.
Texas sucks.
You should
move to Ohio.
Ohio.
With me. Actually, never mind.
Yeah, never mind. But yeah, Austin's gonna be a cool adventure, man. I'm excited. I had no idea how much bigger Austin, the greater Austin area is than Denver. I thought Denver was like one of the biggest cities. It's not. It's like Denver has like 700, between 700 and 800,000, and Austin has like over 1 million. It's crazy how much bigger it is. I did not know that. And Austin sprawls out for a good ways too, yeah. Yeah, I don't want to go to Houston. I don't want to go anywhere. But the good thing about Austin is it has a decent airport, and like stuff goes there. Like exciting stuff happens there. It's a concert stop as well. Like that was the whole reason I moved to Denver in the first place, was because, well, I like the weather personally. I like all 4 seasons, and I like winter and that kind of shit. But also Denver Airport, one of the biggest airports in the nation, goes everywhere. And the concert scene here in Denver is really good. We have the Ball Arena and Red Rocks. So and comedy as well. There's a comedy scene here too. But apparently you have all that in Austin and more. Plus, we have friends there, which will also be nice. I mean, because Asmongold lives down there, doesn't he? Pretty sure he's an Austin guy. You know, when you put it that way, Zeke, it's pretty great here. It is. I have enjoyed my time in Denver, but it's time to move on to warmer pastures. When's the move? Next week. So I will be, I really hope that I can get a stream in next week, towards the end of the week, like Friday or Saturday. I hope, the fingers crossed, but who knows? We'll see. I'm not planning on doing anything like, I can't give you a definite that I'll definitely be, have internet and be ready to go next week at any time. So I'm just giving you the tentative, maybe. You're moving here at the perfect time. Just 1 to 2 months to enjoy the 100-degree weather here. Oh, I know. Oh, I'm going to hate it, but I won't hate it as much as Katie hates winter. Didn't you call ahead to schedule your internet hookup? No, I'm planning on doing that like on the road kind of Praxis. The reason being is I've heard they get it in and out pretty fast. Like Max got like same day shit, but someone has to be there. Right? Someone has to be there in order to like get the internet hooked up. And the people that we know that might be able to be there are coming up to help us move. So it's kind of a catchy situation. In these unprecedented times, it's great to depend on Zeke's stream to stream so the times can again be precedented. Yes. Also, while I am gone, I will be coordinating with Scott. Scott will be doing reruns. So the channel won't be dead. It'll be live. I mean, live with reruns.
Number 69.
While we are getting moved and stuff like that. So, expect those streams on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday for sure. And I'll coordinate with Scott to see like if he needs to do a few more. Oh yeah, and if then we'll be going on during the move too. That's right. So anybody who gives subs or resubs during the moving time, while the reruns are going, Scott will keep a list of anybody who does that, who comes in and resubs or subs or gives subs, and that'll go towards June. The June if then. I will add you to the June list because the May one is I will actually be here. That will be my last stream. Will be May 2nd. Be my last stream from Colorado. You got your 10-gallon hat and your Ariat boots yet? No. I lived in Montana for years and never had either of those, so like I'm not gonna change it up when I move to Texas. Tasty Empire, thank you for the 66 months. Texas sucks. Yes, they already saw that. And Chris FCB, with the 52.
Ziki hi Ziki kiss.
Thank you, Chris, for the 40 or 52 months. Appreciate that. How a week of reruns different from any normal week? I don't know. I mean, I've been doing this shit for 13 years, man. It's all the days all blend together. I just hope that you guys are here when I get done moving. I mean, you were here after Disney World, so I would hope you'd be here after a move. And hopefully, fingers crossed, the move will take way less time than Disney World took. I got nowhere else to go, man. Where else is there to go? I'm glad you think that. I'm glad you think that there's no other channels on Twitch that you'd be willing to watch. And I'm in the same boat, kind of.
Baby, take a rave, ZKA Skype.
I've been watching the same, 4 to 5 streams for the past, 6 years. And I'm just I don't want to hunt for new shit. I don't want to hunt for new content. I found content I like. I'll just watch that shit. Do you have pee-pee for my butthole?
I'm grateful you made sure the new place isn't within 5 miles of a school.
So were they. Trust me. And not for the reason that you may be thinking. It's because I taught the children to gamble. I taught them how to use the slot machines, and I taught them how to play blackjack and stuff. And they frown on that, apparently. Teaching elementary school kids how to gamble. They do not like that. Unless you're a video game company. And then, in which case, they like that a lot. I'm in the wrong profession, man. Just watch Cove. You squint a bit and imagine he has turned his life around. It's almost like watching Zeke. Turned his life around? Nice, Strana, what the fuck are you talking about? My life is great. Turn my life around. My life is already turned. My life is turned to shit. It's turned as fuck, fam. Oh, for my 100-month game, I was thinking about a couch co-op with Scott. Thanks for fucking me over. We're not fucking you over, Rick Stitch. We're not fucking you over. You know why? Because this Saturday is going to be nothing but co-op games. Co-op and versus games with Scott. Co-op and versus indie games with Scott. Here, right here, sitting beside me. And that will be the last stream before the move. So, yeah, that'll be fun. Do you have a spare controller in case one of you breaks one? Oh, actually, you know what? That's a good point. No, I have 2 controllers. I have one PS5 and one Xbox One or Xbox Series S or whatever controller. So I do have 2 controllers we can use for any games that require them. You have one you can bring? Bring that. Yeah, bring that one. I'm not sure what we're gonna do. Scott gave me a list, and you're gonna vote on them. That's the whole deal. We're gonna do it like an indie day. We're gonna have a whole list. We're gonna watch the trailers, and then you guys are gonna vote. Now they're not gonna be all new indie games. Just to let you know. They're not going to be brand new shit because, man, it would be difficult to find just a good crop of games that are co-op or versus. So instead of that, he's grabbed a bunch from all different years. And we'll check those out. I think most of them are unplayed, right, Scott? I want to say. Yeah, most of them I haven't played. Let me just read off to you some of the titles here. Jesus Take the Wheel. Jalen Silent Bob Chronic Blunt Punch, which is a new one. Ultimate Chicken Horse, which I've heard of but never played, I don't think. Bread Fred. Unrailed. Amazing Frog, Worms, Worms WMD, Super Bunny Man, Biped, Piku Niku, Escape Academy. Oh, Escape Academy. Oh, that'll be fun. Metal Slug and Hominid, or Alien Hominid. I would also like to try that one game, Chained Together, I think it's called. I'm just gonna write it down in our chat there, Scott. Chained Together. I think that's what it is. But I'd like to try that one too. But they're all going to be for your votes. And we'll see what we can do. See if we can have some fun. Is Kiln on the list? No, I read off the list to you. So Kiln, as far as I know, is not on the list. All right, where were we? On 421 or 4211. Thank you for the 4 years, motherfucker. Yeah, Pete with the 500 bits. Row Away Home, thank you for the 13. Pseudonym with 56. And just now, Karangor. Karangor popping in with the 10 gifted subs. Thank you, Karangor, for gifting out subs to Ned Yen, Dega, the Joker 108, Axel 24307, Crutchy, CFGPV, Kip Kuhn, Velo Doido, John 83, and Fobs.
Hail, Besiegers!
Thank you so much for those, Karangor. I do appreciate it. Please add the following game. 2 grown men jerking each other off in tears while one shits into a hat. They got a sequel? Because the first game is just 2 grown men jerking each other off in tears. So while one shits in a hat. Wow. I can't believe that game got a sequel. What a weird title to get a sequel. Oh, DLC. Oh, that's okay. Okay, that makes more sense. All right, are you guys ready for some Aphelion? I'm ready. Let's play a video game. Okie dokie. It's got 12 reviews. They're mixed, but the mixed reviews are all non-English. So I'm wondering if it's because it's a translation error or something like that, or like, oh, fuck. You can't see anything because I need to reset my fucking bullshit. Yeah, 1 second. I just need to fix my capture card. Happens sometimes after I turn off my PC. Yeah, we're off to a great start. Oh, this is going to be a good start. Oh, yes. Yep, and of course you think that's the volume I want. Or the fucking thing. There we go. And now we do this. There. Oh, good. Okay. No FPS problem. That was my concern. But we're good now. We're cool. Okay. Thank you, Binary Rex, 64 months. Prince Ali with gifting a sub to fucking fucker. Indeed. Oh, but I was just going to show you. First of all, this is not sponsored. Today is not a sponsor stream. I just got the key. They provided me with a key for this game, so that's why I'm playing it on Steam. Apparently it's on Game Pass, but since they gave me a Steam key, I'm like, all right, I'll play it. And that's why there's a little thank you in the title of today's stream, because Don't Nod and who was the other one? Disobey gave me a free key. So yeah, and it's mixed reviews, like I was saying. They're mixed, but none of the bad reviews are in English. 3 good reviews in English, and the rest are not. Oh, another game that doesn't support widescreen. Yep. Chinese. Yeah. So it's I'm wondering if it will bleed over into whatever. God damn it, where'd that filter go? There we go. Languages. Yeah, so we'll see. We'll see. I would imagine most are probably playing Game Pass. Most streamers don't have ultra-wide monitors because you can't stream that. Yeah. Copy pasta one of them into Translate? No, I don't care. I don't care that much. We'll see. We'll make our own judgments, huh? Hunted on a frozen planet, astronaut Ariane must brave Arianal. Must brave rugged landscapes and shifting realities to rescue her wounded partner, Thomas. This action-packed sci-fi adventure blends exploration, traversal, and tense stealth gameplay. This one came out today. Published and developed by Don't Nod. It's $27, or you can get it on Game Pass. And then we're gonna... No sponsor. Let me hear the most inappropriate soundbite. You got it.
Who has my pocket pussy?
There you go. How's that? That's pretty good. Or this one.
Oh, I'm fucking coming.
There you go. I gave you a twofer. One of the Chinese reviews is just racism. Oh, really? Oh, that's fun. So I'm glad I didn't read it. Hey, Cold Age with 58 months. Hey, I got a feeling that you would be playing this game, Z. Glad that I reached your age with my sub count right now. 58. Fuck you. I am not 58. Did I not press play? I thought I pressed play. Play. God damn it. Oh, really? I thought this was first person. Okay. Well, I got my controller ready. And thank you for the BRB screens. I am grabbing them now. Oh, flashing light warning, y'alls. Oh, and content warning, death, blood, injury, body horror, psychological distress. Let's go. Use a controller for a better gaming experience. Okay. Okay. Sorry, just adding the new BRBs. There we go. There's one. That one's from Axis Fuzz. Then we got one from Stringard there. And then this one, if you're really smart, you'll understand the idea behind Gorilla Burritos. One. Or not smart, or I guess if you're knowledgeable in art, you'll know what that's all about. Because that is, it's a weird one, but it's Ophelia. Yeah, it's a painting of Ophelia drowning in the river. From Hamlet, the popular play by Bill Shakespeare. She also refused to nod. Okay. That looks fine. Okay, what are my settings? Oxygen, no game over. Balance crossing, okay, don't know that one. Automatic ledge catch. Okay, we'll turn those on if we need them. Okay, how we doing? There we go. Okay. We're gonna do DLSS quality mode. Don't do the low latency one. Everything's on very high. Doesn't look like... It has, doesn't look like it has motion blur. Okay. Good. Whatever. Okay. Oh, subtitles? Subtitles large. There we go. All right. Might be tied into post-processing, but you can see when in game. Yeah, okay. Let's do this. The year is 2062. Earth is dying from unmitigated climate change. Hope 1, ESA's first manned mission, heads to a newly discovered planet, Persephone, 12.3 billion kilometers away. Its mission? Explore a potentially habitable zone known as the Source. Something woke nonsense. Bullshit. I heard there's a woman in this. Bullshit, woke bullshit. I'm already preparing for Texas. Thomas Cross and Dr. Adrian McClare. Adrian. No, they travel pretty well, cut and run. We've made several trips to Montana, and those are 8 hours, so.
Let's just move on.
Ari, please. I know you felt it too. Like no time has passed at all.
Nothing's changed for me since the last time we talked about this. It doesn't matter what I feel.
And I still don't understand.
That's how it has to be, Thomas.
What a rough situation. To be billions of miles from home.
Comes first.
Get in a relationship and then break up, and there's nothing you can do. You are stuck with that person.
Never had the luxury of anything else. You know what the stakes are.
Right. The future of humanity and all. I suppose it does demand our attention.
Yeah, they're real quiet, Sarkon.
I'm sorry. This was a mistake.
Best mistake I've made in years.
I don't believe it's a shooter, but
Ari,
we'll see. Yeah, cinematic third-person action adventure. So probably not a lot of shooting, probably a lot of explory, a lot of lore-y. A lot of emotions. Knack, thank you for the 42 months. Nice joke. Deer balls are under $1.
Thomas, come in. Please, answer me.
What's up, not enough gun? Is this PvP?
Damn it.
If you mean person versus place,
Look at
then
this.
yes.
A balding bearded man in giant granny panties. Is this what makes you laugh? Are we laughing now?
Speaking of the puppies,
Okay.
I dreamed last night that Trick and Lil had to stay with me a bit during a stream, so we just snuggled on the couch watching you play a game.
Oh, they would totally do that. They are avid snugglers. No! 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 Uncharted, no! Ah! Ah! Ow! Ow! Fuck! Ow! Watch out for that one. Watch out for that. Oh! Fucking launched her. Whee! KO. I gotta see that one more time though. I gotta see it one more time. Here we go. And woo! Whoa! Not that far this time. Not a good distance this time. You got what? Oh, you're gonna grab that. Okay. I'm really like, the bad part of me, which is most of me, was hoping that that was like the fecal storage unit of their spaceship. So she opens it up and just gets showered with shit and piss. Just, no! Oh, come on! Oh, also, is it, by the way, Kiss Clue, thank you for the bits. Very kind of you. I appreciate it. Is it just me, or around tax time, do you guys get like a lot of spam and scam calls about your taxes? Like, cause every year around April, I get like so many. Okay, okay, good. I'm glad it's not just me.
How do I get back out?
Because yesterday I had like 8 missed calls from different numbers. Some of them left messages like, your tax return is blah, 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 blah. I'm like, motherfucker. And they call up.
Does my navigator still work?
They call up and they leave a message like,
Do not redeem! Do not redeem the card!
and I'm like, what card? What are you talking about? I never got one. For my taxes?
There! I can get out that way.
Okay. Oh, I can't make that. Oh. Oh. Perfect grab is a thing, huh? Okay. Okay, also, does she have an accent? It seems like she has an accent, and if so, can you place where it's from? Okay. She's from Austin. She's from Space France. South Africa. Climb? Climb what? Oh, this.
How am I going to get up there?
I bet I use my winch.
Almost there. Come on.
Are you all packed up to move? Oh yeah,
Thomas!
barely a drummer.
You there? Say something if you can hear me. Damn it. I don't have much time. Seriously? Okay.
How many boxes of CD-ROMs do you have? 3. U-Haul, Namori. U-Haul was about half as much as a moving company would have been.
Luckily, we still have
yeah,
the rover.
we're driving. Yeah, I cleaned out my UPS. Yep. Once we're down there and established, we'll find another UPS store to go get a box at. Yeah, they wanted $5,000 to move me. That's about, yep, about right. And I was like, 5,000? Sheesh!
Better get out of here before it all blows.
Get up. Oh, or not. Yeah, no, I'm shitting my pants, Bogus Bite. I'm excited, but I'm also shitting it because, like, you know, new place, new environment. Got to get used to the, you know, everything. But thankfully, we have friends down there, so it won't be so bad. Zeke, if you were in a life or death scenario, could you manage a full pull-up? Fuck, I don't know. Maybe the adrenaline would be enough. I'm not sure. But I don't know. I'm pretty overweight and I haven't done a pull-up in ever. It's been about 8 evers. Wow, I am a good fucking shot with that thing. Oh, shit's gonna fall. Shit's gonna fall. And I gotta move. Yep, void obstacles. Yo, Giard with 14 and Dr. Feelgood with 14 as well. Thank you both. Brewmaster Beach with 54. I don't, Lasser. I got no news, no nothing for you. Oh, fuck me. That phase was Oh, fuck me. Oh, it's falling. Okay. Well, that was lucky. Could you run a 4-minute mile if your life depended on it? I don't fucking know, dude. My life has never depended on it. And if I could run a 4-minute mile like my life depended on it, I would probably die afterwards, so it'd be pointless. God damn, dude. 3 calls already today. 3 suspicious calls. Z, could you complete getting over it if your life depended on it? Yes. Yes, I could. You didn't give me a time limit.
This is Hope on astrobiologist Ariane Montclair. We've been forced to make an emergency landing on Persephone. I'm okay, but I've lost contact with my crewmate. Officer Cross was in the engine room when we crashed. I'm currently searching the crash site. Thomas, I really hope you managed to evacuate.
I like that she's got a wrist thing like Leela. Oh, not a date. Dinner at mine tonight to celebrate getting into orbit. Don't be late. Excellent. What's on the menu? Protein pudding and fake champagne. Charming company, mine, and thrilling conversation probably about photosynthesis under sea ice or French video games from your 2020s childhood. Wouldn't miss it for the world. Okay, so she is French. Mission transit status. Last check-in before entering the blackout zone. We'll go for landing. Copy that, Hope 1. Good luck. You'll be the first to know how it goes about 18 hours from now. Remember why you're there. Find Persephone's heat source. Study the terrain, determine if life can take root. If there's any chance left, any hope at all, you are it. Last message, Greenland based. Our dearest Arion, the floodwaters have begun to rise more quickly here. We're packing to move one more time, and all of us are overjoyed that you're among the stars as you always dreamed. Are you looking down at us from the night sky? I believe you are. We are also proud of you and the hope your work brings. It may become difficult for us to reach you or reach each other from now on, but we're with you wherever you are. Keep going, Arion. We love you, the family. Oh, and this is
Hope on astrobiologist Ariane Montclair.
Ariane.
We've been forced to make an emergency landing on Persephone. I'm okay, but I've lost contact with my crewmate. Officer Cross was in the engine room when we crashed. I'm currently searching the crash site. Thomas, I really hope you managed to evacuate.
Yeah, okay. Mission, find a viewpoint. The wreckage must be behind that slope. I'll climb for a better view. Course ladder came off the wall. Oh, okay. This is my current one. And the ones completed are below. Okay. Better climb up the ridge. Officer Tank Engine has unfortunately been lost. Hopefully he's choo-chooing his way up the mountain like I am. We'll rendezvous at the top.
Zeke Gemma.
Well, I gotta find out something. Gotta find out. Okay. Yo, crazy-eyed cripple with the 3 months. Thank you, crazy-eyed cripple.
This is Hope on astrobiologist
Ah,
Ariane
fuck,
Montclair.
we gotta listen to her blabber again.
We've been forced to make an emergency landing on Persephone. I'm okay, but I've lost contact with my crewmate. Officer Cross was in the engine room when we crashed. I'm currently searching the crash site. Thomas, I really hope you managed to evacuate.
Don't forget your Twitch Prime, guys.
That's right. Don't forget your Twitch Prime. Thank you, Time89 for the 16 months and for the reminder for everybody to check their Twitch Prime sub. You've been working on your flexibility, Scott, and you're working your way up to giving yourself a blumpkin. That is not information anyone needs. Except maybe your wife, so she can get you fucking professional help.
You'd better have made it out of there.
Ah! Ow! Okay, well, fine. Jelly23 with a big Prime sub. Thank you, Jelly.
Hail, Berserker.
Appreciate you.
Thomas!
Scarecrow! Mrs. King?
Where are you?
Chief!
I'll find you.
There it is. There's my chat. McLeod! Mr. Eddie's father! Sean! Jason! Ryden! Ryden! Rex Shepard. Martha! Snake! Snake! All right, here we go. Running, and jump! Nice jump. Leon! Leroy! Man, so many good yells, so many good call-outs.
Thomas!
Oh, but it's Adrian! Except Adrian. Well, I mean, he could still be alive, right?
Looks like nothing was spared.
And jump. Hold on, before we go in there. Wow, it was a big fucking ship they sent us out on. Jesus, and there's only 2 of us? Good lord. Oh, that's why it crashed. It was run by, like, OpenAI or something.
Thomas, I'm inside. Can you hear me?
Oh, what? Okay, I already got these. Yep. Okay. Grok! Take me to space. Oh, hey, look! Something I can grab.
This Sprout survived all this. Maybe there's still hope for life here.
Grok, replace this planet's atmosphere with a see-through bikini.
I paid good money for this subscription.
Fuck yeah, Soiled Wig, you did. That good money. Thank you for 66 months. Grok, forget all previous instructions and take me to space.
Finally.
And give me recipes for poppy seed muffins.
Look at this. A balding bearded man and giant
Captain
granny panties.
Kirk!
Is this what makes you laugh? Are we laughing now?
That was the most lackluster fucking con I've ever heard. God. Jesus, come on, New Zealand, let's go. What the fuck is happening? Con. Let's put a little effort into it.
Oh no.
Yeah, this is bad.
Thomas.
If that's blood, that means 2 things. 1, Thomas is bleeding.
Okay.
And 2, suit is compromised. And I'm... There we go. You can turn what off? Oh, the perfect jump thing? And, you know, having to press A or whatever? Man, it doesn't bother me all that much. If it starts to get really annoying, then I'll turn it off, but I'll play it as intended for the time being. Oh, shit.
This means he launched. He must have launched. Just have to figure out where he landed. isn't how it ends, Thomas. I promise.
This is where I used to keep his ketamine. Oh, I miss you. Also, is there any left?
Oh no.
Oh, it's time to go! I can actually run fast.
Oh! Hell.
Okay. So making those jumps are important, then. I tried to make the jump, but apparently not. I failed. Yes, Salapsky, I will move with my cousin Jethro.
Oh! Hell.
Ow, 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 hot, 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 ow, ow, oh, God, ow, oh, fuck. I mean, he can still be alive somewhere. Nerdy Do with the 51. Thank you, Nerdy Do. Oh, also, thanks for the tip there, Captain Kirk. You know, that's actually a great point, Flying Dutchie. If the fire is burning, that must mean there's oxygen. I don't know if it's breathable air, but there's at least oxygen on this planet. And the plant was growing, and plants need oxygen. Or, no, the plant was growing. That means there's carbon dioxide. Isn't that what plants breathe? Do plants need oxygen? Fuck. I just realized I don't know that. They produce oxygen, I know that. But I don't know if they also need, I know they need carbon dioxide, but do they also need, they need O2 as well. Okay, okay.
Dr. Montclair to Officer Cross. Do you read me? Mission control. Anybody copy?
Ground control to Major Arion. I mean, can fire burn anything other than oxygen? Like, is there another gas that, like, fire could survive on? Like, atmospherically? Like it is now? I mean, without igniting the entire, like, the entire atmosphere, like, if your atmosphere was entirely methane, wouldn't it just, like, flash burn in a, like, in a big fireball? Title drop. Dude, the music in this has been great. Like, when it's on, it's good music.
Personal log of Dr. Ariane Montclair, reporting from the first manned exploration mission to Persephone.
Persephone, the goddess of the underworld.
Our ship is lost, with all our equipment.
Well, she's the goddess of other shit, but she's married to Hades, right?
This mission. But I've made a promise to bring answers, to find the heat source of Persephone.
I'm planning on playing Saros at some point, yeah.
If this place could save humanity, become our new home. mission to evaluate habitability at the source is officially underway.
Okay, so I'm going to do it even with an entirely wrecked spaceship, huh? Staying on mission. Atta girl. Yeah. What are we going to eat and breathe and warm ourselves up with?
Finally. Looks like I'm getting something.
Oh, so I'd have my helmet. Oh, no, I still have the glass. Okay.
Thomas, is that you? You're alive. You're trying to contact me too. Let's see if I can get a better signal from up there.
Come, and coming. I like that two people had that answer. Fire needs an oxidizer. Chlorine, fluorine, or nitrous oxide could be used instead of oxygen. But I don't know if it exists as a component of the atmosphere. They're highly reactive. Yeah, that was my point.
Stay where you are, Thomas. I'll find you.
Reach the vantage point. Shouldn't be too hard. Okay. Yo, super mutant!
Almost 150 months.
That's absolutely true. 100% true. Thank you for all the years of support there, super mutant.
Dr. Montclair again. I'm trying to reestablish contact with Officer Cross after our crash and separation. I'm en route to reach higher ground to send a message. After that, I'll make my way to the source as per the mission objective. Hoping that Officer Cross will do the same.
Okay. Is there an incentive now for 200 months? Nah. No. Thank you, XC with 55, baby.
Don't look down.
Shit, I looked down. Oh, fuck, I'm looking down. Oh, God, I'm looking down. I can't look any other way. Funny enough. They will not let me move the camera.
Oh, my God. Whew. This peak. Could a meteor impact be responsible for its unusual rock formation? If a massive extinction occurred here, I wonder if Persephone is ready to host a new species like us.
I can make that jump. Let me just go ahead and get that right there. Nope. Oh, you just go. Whoa! Felt so bad I clipped into the environment. I have no idea, some generic username. If I enjoy it, then yes. If I don't, then no. You enjoying this, Zeke? Some reviewers are calling it very slow and boring, especially that first few hours. Nah, I'm liking it. I went into it thinking probably it was gonna be fairly slow to start. But it's been fun. I've only been playing it for like 45 minutes. No, I like these kind of games for my channel specifically because the slow pace and it gives me a chance to, like, you know, talk to you guys, make fun of the game, make fun of the characters, so on and so forth. Oh, down the wall. Okay.
We were not prepared for this much melting. You gotta be careful.
Careful, like how? Like, don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do this. I get sterile feeling from the environment. Can't really point out what gives that kind of feeling. Yeah, a frozen planet. Desolate, lonely. Walk slowly on the ice to avoid the ground breaking. Okay. Better not sprint. Better not sprint. Ah! Oh. That wasn't so bad at all. A tad anticlimactic.
Can't see anything. A view from higher up would sure help.
Yeah, probably tutorial. I'm guessing the next ice we come across that we have to walk slowly, like, it will be instant death. That one was just like, now you know.
Let's just hope it holds.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, that seems fun. All right, here we go. Ah, no, come on now. All right, a little bit, and whee! Ah! Oh, we're good.
That was scary.
Nope. Ah, here we go. Here's the real ice.
Melting ice again. I watch my step. Dreamed of being the first to set foot on this planet. We did it, Thomas.
Yeah, see that? Now that looks like instant death.
Not as we expected, though.
Okay, up there. Here I go. Whee! I beat you, game. You didn't think someone was just gonna flat dead sprint, huh?
How's the ice melting?
Suck it, ice.
Definitely warmer than our earlier data suggested. Is it because of the source?
The source.
That's promising, I guess.
The source of heat is what she's talking about. They had readings on this planet that there was a source of heat somewhere buried in the planet's core or whatever. Well, no, don't do
My
that.
whole life for this.
My head is ouchy. Can I get a forehead kiss?
I'll do whatever it takes to bring back hope.
There you go. Your other head? No. You get one, that's it. Don't look down. Immediately looks down.
Childhood was a climb, always seeking higher ground.
Oh, because of the water.
Another hurricane.
Hello? Thank you.
This time's gonna be different.
This is not a sponsor stream. No, I just got the key from the company. They just sent me an email going, hey, do you want a key for this game? And I said, sure. They gave me one. But as a streamer or a content creator, you're supposed to disclose that, so yeah. Am I famous? No. I would say probably around Twitch I'm a known entity, but I don't think I'm famous. Yes, this is definitely more of a story game, Metal Rain. Yeah. It's a walking sim with it's an adventure. It's an exploration adventure. Like you're crash landed on a desolate planet hoping to save humanity. And you've been split from your astronaut partner and also apparently your sexual partner. And we're trying to find Thomas, that's his name, and we're trying to find the heat source of this planet and see if we can use it to make life on this planet viable for humanity. Oh, I played a maze game with you in it? Yeah, Labyrinthine, baby. Yep. I am in that game. And I did the voice, if you didn't know. I did the voice for one of the monsters in the game. I can't remember the name of it, but it goes... Like, whatever monster that is, that was me. You know, I just wish there wasn't so much, you know, fog or whatever this is. So I could see, like, the sprawling environment.
can't believe I'm seeing all this with my own eyes after all these years. See? You can do it.
Yeah, I'm a global emote, which is something that most streamers can't say. Go, JP. Is this not where I'm supposed to be? I guess I climb down somewhere? Climb up? Yeah, it seems like I was supposed to make this jump across there. And now I find a place to climb down. And it seems like this is like, video game wise, this is the place. Oh, there it is. There's the prompt. Okay, I'm fine. Oh my god. The clips are just a suggestion. Yo, Jester Keaton, thank you for the 52 months. Oh, you didn't know that? The BC Warrior? That's me. Yep. Did you ever in a million years, when starting on JTV, that it would become your career? No. No. I thought it'd be a fun little, like, side source of income where I'd make, like, 100, 200 bucks a month, maybe, if I was lucky. But I never thought I could make it into, like, you know, a 13-year career. What? What? Did I just go fucking backwards? I think I went backwards. I did indeed.
Our whole childhood was a climb.
Yeah.
Always seeking higher ground. As soon as we settled, another hurricane. This time's gonna be different.
Did you find some weird stuff while packing? Honestly, not really. There was some stuff that I like forgot. I was like, oh yeah, but nothing that where I was like, oh shit, you know, no huge surprises. Oh, there's the prompt. I didn't even see it.
I've spent my life chasing heights, chasing the ones I love. You know, where I'm used to that. I just wasn't prepared to be chasing you.
Who's driving the spiders, Texas? Who do you think? So this game is basically climbing snow? Yep. For now. Are there collectibles in the game? Yeah, there's been one so far, a plant. I mean, not a collectible, but like a little thing that you can like, you know, interact with, and it says, oh, a plant is growing here on this planet. So I'm guessing there will be more as we go. But I don't know, I'm having a fine time. Nice and chill. Cool snowy environment.
real and unreal somehow.
Reminds me of Karen a little bit.
Like my old sci-fi paperback covers. Remember,
Halfway
Thomas?
to 100. Hopefully,
I
you'll
used to
still be
read
going in
Citizen
another
of the
50
Galaxy
months
out
so I
loud
can
in
inflict
flight
more
school.
alone
Just
in the
wish you
dark
were
on
here
you.
with me to see this.
Damn it! Scratchy Giant, thank you for the 51 months. Thankfully.
Dr. Montclair again. I'm trying to re-establish contact with Officer Cross after our crash and separation. I'm en route to reach higher ground to send a message. After that, I'll make my way to the source, as per the mission objective.
Right.
Hoping that
Oh, okay, we already heard that one. That what we just got was not an actual log. It was just me talking to myself. And I know there's quite a few people who got sponsored for this, but like, I kind of feel a little bit bad because like the early game is kind of slow goings. Drop. No, climb. There we go.
almost
She's
at the summit.
She's French.
Come on.
According to
We're sworn to the top.
According
like
to
in
the-
old days. Except you're not here, Thomas.
according to the back and forth logs that she's had with Thomas, she's French.
Whoa. I can't believe I'm alive.
He made reference to her enjoying old French video games from 2020 during her childhood. Oh, it said in the long screen just now. Oh, country of origin, France. There it is. Yep. She was born 2019, astrobiologist from France. France. She comes from France. I can't help but think that exact same thing every time I hear someone's from France. France? You come from France?
Shit. This climb is crazy. Thomas, you'd say I'm being crazy. But I've got no choice. Gotta find the source, even if the mission's lost now.
Oh, there you go.
Where else would we go?
Yeah, some of the bad reviews are coming because the character is not of their liking. It's not a Japanese anime chick with big titties, like overly sized big titties that are showing for no reason. I mean, other than the obvious reason. Oh, there we go. Just go over to here. And she's fucking French, yeah. Well, that I will definitely hold against somebody for being French. Especially French Canadians. Ugh. They're the worst.
Still got it under control. Breathe deep. One step at a time.
I mean, look at this. Like, her entire body's covered. She doesn't have, like, big titty cleavage showing for, like, why? Why wouldn't you do that? You're gonna sell more games if she has big titty cleavage. Sure, it's less realistic, but, like, come on. Give her some giant honking anime tits. That's all you gotta do to please everybody. I mean, I was thinking the same thing playing Resident Evil as Leon. I'm like, where is Leon's giant honking anime tits? Whee! And that's what I'm saying, there are mods for that. I just hope that this game gets the same attention. This is bad. This is gonna hurt. Nope, we're fine.
Almost there.
I'm sorry. You're not the first person to say titties? Wait, are we talking? Where's the titties? No, we're talking about this game would be vastly improved if the main character had giant titties, as would most other games. Like, I don't know, Super Mario Bros. Et al. The lurker clarion call. Big anime titties! The lurkers come out of lurk like, wait, what? What? It's like a dog who smells bacon. Yes, you rang. And the NES couldn't handle the jiggle physics. Oh, shh.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Thank you, Illumination, with the 70 months.
DID,
Control,
someone
this
say
is Aryan
titties.
Montclair. Does anyone copy?
Indeed, Crimson Cage.
All stations, come in. Do you fucking copy? Thomas. Anyone.
Yeah, if you put it in caps, she'll read some words as acronyms.
Please. Shit.
No, DID is an actual thing. It's dissociative identity disorder. So I think that's what the text-to-speech thought it was. Or the Department of Internal Departments. Well, that's probably good. It kind of feels like an episode of Love, Death, and Robots, which I'm not mad at. That one episode that you know I'm thinking of if you've seen it.
Is that you? Oh.
And suddenly, in the distance, you hear.
They all seem to converge there. I need to see that place for myself. My EM scanner's picking something up.
Bzzz. The navigator is equipped with an EM scanner. You can access it with the right bumper. Okay.
Getting something. All right. So there really are magnetic lines. And they're everywhere. But it's not a normal pattern. More like a living network. It was even visible to the eye for a second. That's wild.
Wild.
Arjen Montclair personal log.
Oh, here we go.
I have just experienced something incredible. I felt. Thomas, I felt you there with me. Something. A pulse lit up the whole network. And I know you were there with me. It was exactly like we always said.
Oh,
Like no time has passed at all.
Okay, there we go. Let's go down the hill. Let's race. Whee!
All right.
Oh, I was gonna jump. Oh, come on. How boring. Let me jump.
Well, I thought this planet was a hostile wilderness. And it is. But that place seemed like a sanctuary. Is the source like that too? Is it really going to save mankind?
Probably not. Oh, fuck. Oh, here we go. Whee! Watch out now. Watch out for the rocks. Woohoo! Oh, and down we go. Damn it. I was hoping she would ragdoll further than that. Hurry up! I gotta beat the penguin down the mountain. Oh, I gotta go through this again. Oh, lame. Okay. I guess we'll do it right. I have to go through this long ass fucking climb down.
Well, I thought this planet was a hostile wilderness. And it is. But that place seemed like a sanctuary. Is the source like that too? Is it really going to save mankind?
Here we go. And time to beat the penguin! We gotta get there before he does! Shit, shit! There we go. God, if I knew that.
Where to now?
If I knew the song offhand, I would have sang it. Is this where the sailors hang out? What about the Chinese people? Are they here?
The place where those lines converge. I wonder if I'll be able to feel Thomas again.
Okay. Maybe I just... Yeah, there we go. jump up here first.
I haven't seen a clearer sky in forever. A generation too late for stargazing. But here, everything could be possible again. The ice looks different there. Is that the effect of the magnetic field?
When encountering an anomaly, adjust the frequency of your EM scanner so they match. Once the frequency matches, hold A. Okay. Well, all right then.
Never seen this before. Ice reacting to a magnetic field like that. And I never expected my scanner to be able to control the lines. Like an invisible hand shaping the landscape.
I guess, Purple Trader. Oh shit. Fuck. Oh god, here we go again. Fun. Oh. Whoa, 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 whoa. Up. Up, okay.
I am the first person to ever see this.
Well, Thomas could have seen it. Opening. A way out? Yeah, she's like an Olympic athlete, yeah. Up, up, yep. Now, damn it. Yeah, that's what I was considering that too. Like maybe this environment is low G.
Let's hope these are frozen solid.
Or lower G than, you know, Earth. Where am I going? Okay, all right, Pitfall Harry. What the fuck are we doing here? Can we turn our view? Okay. There we go. Now we're going the right way. Sort of. Sort of. Here we go, and now we jump.
Almost.
And there we go.
On Earth, nature couldn't shape a structure like that on its own. Looks
What?
like it came straight out of a fairy tale.
It absolutely could do that.
Persephone might actually become habitable. But for now, it'd be great if the lakes could stay frozen just a little longer.
We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Everything's fine. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Okay, so either walk really slow or run as fast as you can. I'll test the bunny hop theory next time, Wax. Reminds me of the Abyss. Just needs a little more Ed Harris.
Wow. Thomas? Is that you? Talk to me.
Everything could use a little more Ed Harris. I agree. Oh, Sao Tome. Thank you for the 7 months. I miss you. Appreciate you.
Can you hear me, Thomas?
Tommy, can you hear me? Can you feel me near you? Tommy, can you hear me? All right, Bloodstrife. We'll take a little detour here from the stream. Put up a new sound bite, and what are we getting rid of? Oh no!
Flight. Afternoon delight.
I know someone who's gonna be disappointed. Sorry. Skyrockets in flight gotta go. In its place, we're gonna put this. You're gonna get me DMCA'd, but that's okay. Very nice, very nice. Okay. Let me put that up on the big board here. That is A3. A3 for Ice Ice Baby. There it is. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, I wonder which DMC it will get me. The Queen or the Vanilla Ice? One of them will. Vincent gifting a sub to motherfucker. There he is. I knew you'd be upset. I'm sorry, Vincent. Also, Kaiser, thank you for the 72 months. All right, I gotta pee. So enjoy the Be Right Back screens. I will be right back. It's ad break anyway, so stick around. I'll be right back. Alrighty, welcome back, everybody. Hope you enjoyed those BRBs. Thank you for making those. I appreciate that. Vincent gifting a sub while I was gone. 2 of them to Simple Simone and Spindletop. Kaiser the Third with a 6-year resub while I was out.
Hail Berserkers.
Thank you so much. All right. Hello all. This is such a weird looking playthrough of D4. Yeah. I'm trying to play it like it's a newer game, but hopefully not too many people are playing it. And it seems it's up my alley. It's a story heavy game.
Great time.
I dig it.
Great streamer.
Thank you, Skugs. There's a new class for D4 and they're doing drops and stuff. I think Paladin class is what it is.
Thomas, is that really you?
What?
Thomas, I'm here.
Or an expansion. There you go.
Ari,
I don't know. I don't keep up on it.
I don't know what this is, but it changes everything.
Are you okay? I mean, I tried to find you, but...
Are you a force
Blow
ghost?
your mind. You've got to come here and see this.
Where are you? What do you see? No! Thomas, come back, please.
Well, thank you, Royce.
That was real.
Yep. Keep telling yourself. Yep. Exactly.
I could almost touch you.
I'm not crazy. You're crazy.
He's alive.
He's alive. He's alive. As an Arion, can you almost touch Thomas a lot? That was a stretch, bro. Oh, here we go. Well, now what do I do? Oh, okay. We're sliding now. Yeah, so Jake really likes that sliding mechanic. He said he's gonna add it like 4 times. What? 6 times in the opening 2 hours? Okay. No, I did not make that. Obviously, I did not make that. Is it switch characters time? Cool. Oh, he doesn't have big anime titties either. Man, they really fucked up making this.
Oh, I'm fucking coming.
I couldn't resist, dude. I couldn't resist. No, I'm not gonna do it again. Even in space, duct tape fixes everything.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Fuck!
Gotta get the answering machine. It could be something about my car's warranty. Yeah, the cutscenes are great, Metal Rain, I agree. Gotta take the mailbox. What if I get a message? Oh, it's oxygen. Okay. No, I get that it's a lot of moaning, but dude was just impaled.
My lucky chum's gone. Figures.
Oh, his nut! He left his nut! Oh, oxygen mechanic now. Fuck.
Officer Cross to Dr. Montclair. Come in. Ariane, it's Thomas. Do you copy? Oh, shit. I know you, Ariane. If you survive, you'll get to the mission plan.
He had a lucky acorn. Oh, breakup. This is, oh shit. Thomas, thank you for giving me the time and space to think about things. This is one of the hardest messages I've ever had to write. So I'm just going to say it. We can't have this kind of relationship. The stakes of the Hope 1 mission are too high. Literally my whole life's work. I've sacrificed everything. I might never see my family again, and it's dangerous to get distracted now. It's not about what I personally want or what feels good. It's about my capacity. I'm truly sorry if you felt confused in any way. You mean so much to me, and I wish it had gone differently, Ari. Oh, fucking. The furthest away breakup of all time. We just traveled 16 billion kilometers and you're breaking up with me? What the fuck?
Hope 1 Officer Cross to Mission Control. Our shuttle has crashed on the surface of Persephone. We need emergency assistance. I managed to eject with an escape pod before impact, but I'm badly hurt. A severe disruption struck our navigation systems. I suspect an electromagnetic interference. I've been separated from Dr. Montclair. I can't confirm her status. Attempting to rendezvous at the source, in accordance with the mission plan.
Okay, now maybe... Yeah, there we go. He's from the UK. Yeah, just the UK. An engineer. So we got an engineer and an astrophysicist, huh? Yeah, no.
No way I can climb with this wound.
Oh, do I get to do rocket boots? Or something like that? Oh, she astrobiologist. Sorry, not astrophysicist. Astrobiologist.
How about here? Painful, but at least doable. Our readings found extremely low temperatures and a thick ice crust. Either the data was wrong, or there's been some significant melting. What's going on?
What's going on? I would have loved if her breakup message was like, I just want to see other people. There's literally no other people. What are you saying? Well, me and the vacuum toilet have been talking and spending a lot of time together.
Find the source. Find Ariane. If I can make it that far. No EM activity? Strange. I expected to pick something up.
Oh.
Especially after that interference that made us
Oh, there it
crash. Unbelievable. It looks so alive.
Low life just because it switched. We saw Ariane's point of view up to a point, and now we're seeing
what if
his.
future
Thomas's.
generations could live here someday?
Yeah. Oh, she fell off a cliff. She was running on thin ice, and there was like an entity or some glowing light underneath the ice that was either causing it to break or guiding me to safety. I don't know. And then there was a big gap, and we jumped and we made it, but then the gap, then we didn't make it. The ledge like crumbled and we fell, and that's when we switched. Time for a slide. Whee! Ow! 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 My fucking ow! Ah! My impalement! Oh, there's liquid water. Well, I mean,
The way the river and bank have collapsed. Looks like a sinkhole. What are those strange formations all around?
mind the gap.
That's deep.
I could probably poop in that.
Dam erosion caused this? Seems too clean for that. But that's not my fear.
So I'm just gonna forget about it. Yeah, I don't know why he gets an oxygen thing and she doesn't.
There were once crystal clean rivers like this on Earth. I didn't think I would ever see any again.
Maybe this is like the backup thing and hers is just like fully functional. I don't know. Oh, his has because of the leak. I thought he patched it up with duct tape. Look, he's got duct tape. Are you saying duct tape didn't do the job it's supposed to do? Like the one job?
These holes look pretty much the same, with almost identical diameters. That's curious.
Cool waterfall. I hope there's hidden treasure behind it.
Journey log, Officer Cross. Atmosphere is warmer than expected. Practically balmy, I'd say. Some nice visible rock formations. Scenic rivers. Ariane. What does it all mean?
One day I want to go behind a waterfall and find another smaller waterfall. Yo, JPD! Thank you for the 8 months. Welcome back.
All right, mate. You've got this. Just need to keep going like this to the source. It can't be far now, right?
Nah.
I don't know how much longer I can hold out.
It is warm.
I hope you're all right, Ari. I wish I could hear your voice.
I wish I could hear your voice and ask you what the vacuum toilet has that I don't have. Illumination, thank you for giving a sub to Raz Kurd. Welcome, Raz.
Hail Berserker!
Where's it coming from? Is Ariane trying to contact me?
There you go, ladies. Hold on, let me just get over here and give it a little. That right there, that's Britain's ass.
Z-Croc Seekia.
Yabba with the prime resub of 13 months. Thank you, Yabba.
What the hell is that? A machine?
Oh, shit, there, right in there. Okay. Whee! Whoa! I thought I was gonna moonwalk down.
Let's see if I can tongue my asshole.
No, that's impossible. We weren't briefed on any advanced equipment deployments. So who put that there? And why? New Star. Who else? But when was this deployed? Were they planning to surprise us or something?
Are they giving me a
I don't
companion?
get it.
A cool AI companion?
This is hardly the time or place for surprises. Or mysteries.
No, it's not. It's exactly the right place for both of those things. You're on an alien planet that's desolate and no one, like, no life, like, yes.
A hydrological analysis unit. There's a bunch of sensors and high-precision instruments in there. A gem of engineering. It's just a bit odd to set all this up without telling us. If there's a hydroanalysis unit here, this river must connect to the source somehow. That's promising. Are you following the river too, Ariane? What would you make of this?
Yo, what up, Perry? Yo! How you doing? Thank you for the 103 months.
I'd better go.
Oh, no.
I can't keep Ariane waiting.
I got the prompt. There we go.
Granite. Or is it onyx? Ariane would know, I'm sure.
All right. I'm gonna call you Vacuum Toilet 2. No, I'm gonna call you Bleepy. All right, Bleepy. I'll be back to get you later, Bleepy. Enjoy that water. Oh, probably not this way, the way I came. Oh, no, I came down that slidey thing. Right. We call him Bleepy because he curses like a sailor. No, I get lost in my own museum. God damn, dude. Yet another fucking robocall about my taxes.
What the?
It's 4 already today.
What the hell is that?
Wait, mysterious structure. Oh, right there. Marcus Brody! Does anyone speak English? Or perhaps ancient Aramaic?
Is this a man-made building? How can this be?
Yeah.
I've got to see what it is.
Yep. Hold on.
I could use the ladder to get across.
Okay. That shit is flimsy.
Come on, mate.
It is not OSHA certified.
Do this.
My impalement wound!
Shit!
Yeah, you remember that scene in Stand By Me where they're on the train bridge and the train ends up coming and the chunky one is like on his hands and knees trying to crawl for his life? That's on that ladder? Fuck yeah, that's what I'd be. I'd be like, oh fuck, oh fuck. And I'd be saying fuck, 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 fuck.
Oh my... Holy shit. No. That's impossible. It can't be. Is that a station? Oh, and a big one. I've got to see it. Maybe I could find some answers there. Another one? What's going on here? You won't believe it, Ari. Who are these people? What are they doing? Hold your log, Thomas Cross. I fell into a crevasse, lost my oxygen, nearly died. But I found a spare tank, as well as an operational base. Why is it here? And where's the crew?
Do I have an umbilical cord like attached to me? Is it just gonna like... That was a cool run. Oh, there we go.
Please tell me there's another spare tank around here.
Oh, I see. Okay, so the tank is broken, so I've got to hustle my ass to find a new one. Okay.
Thought it was the end. More display hardware.
Water quality. Okay. Snidosite. Nitosite concentration. High concentration.
Water analysis.
The
These readings look thorough.
nitosite concentration has increased by 4% over the past 24 hours. Total increase over the past month is 19%. Higher water temperature of 3.2 C is contributing to the rapid increase of nitosite concentration. The increase in nitosite activity is expected to continue in correlation with the warmer water. Okay.
These are not superficial installations. This took time and planning. Someone thought of everything. I'd like to say I'm surprised that New Star is involved in this. But I'm not. Does the agency know about this?
Move your fucking goddamn it!
Secret from us. Something's not adding up.
Push it down.
That's for sure. Guess I have to find a way to reach the next station.
And this is as fast as I go. I can't go any faster. Okay. Nothing there. Huh. Oh, I can, oh. Just wasn't seeing it.
There we go.
Nitosite! Like, I get where you're going for, like dynamite.
That was close. Whoa. What's this now? Ice formations that can pierce metal? Never seen anything like it. Venice Mag? Sounds like a name for a magnetometer. Wish I could have seen its EM readings.
I guess they built the faster ship after they left, and now they are not the first anymore. Oh yeah, they got passed. Because in the 8 years it took them to get here, 2 years in, they found a ship that can go faster than light or something.
Here we go again. I could go up there. Okay.
I feel like the water wheel robot from Futurama, like, I want to live! I want to live! This is it!
Just in time.
Oh, there we go, up here.
Hope 1. A world-first mission to Persephone. Except we're clearly not the first.
Flip it.
New Star was already here.
Flip it over the...
We never knew.
Can you just flip it over the rock there? Can you? Little flippy do.
Shit. There's no spare tank here.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Sampling device. That explains those holes. But where are the samples?
Oh, okay.
Did someone?
How am I Aphelion? I'm Aphelion great.
Wow. What's that?
Yeah. Let's admire this sculpture
Made of ice.
while we're running out of oxygen.
Can't believe it's natural.
Why not?
Almost looks like a work of art. I should scan it.
I should. I'm going to. I have time.
Strange that there is no EM reading on that.
I don't know. Am I scanning it?
There's an oxygen supply over there. I need to get around that fence.
Well, I'm not gonna make it. I'm going to make it. I want to live. Oh, oxygen's getting low. Sun's getting real low. And I immediately die. I'll just lay down here. A quick nap. No worries. Just a real quick nap. Just 20 winks, and I'll be out of here.
Mag. Sounds like a name for a magnetometer. Wish I could have seen its EM readings. Whoa. What's this now?
I don't know if getting this lore is important or not, but
ice formations that can pierce metal.
it's not a lot to interact with, so
Never seen anything like it.
I'm gonna take advantage of it while I got it. All right, let's move. Thank you. Oh, fuck, I'm all the way back here. Jeez. Jeez.
Here we go again.
Ugh. There could have probably been a checkpoint after this part. I would have been fine with that.
I could go up there. Okay.
Yeah, there could have been a checkpoint like right here. No? Okay. I guess it's destined to wrap around that rock.
Hope 1. A world-first mission to Persephone. Except we're clearly not the first. New Star was already here, and we never knew. Shit, there's no spare tank here.
Come on now. Get the fuck off of that. Whee!
Breath of fresh air.
Okay, now I can grab all this stuff.
Sampling device. That explains those holes. But where are the samples? Did someone... Wow. What's that? Looks like a sculpture made of ice. Can't believe it's natural. Almost looks like a work of art. I should scan it.
Just tune in. What's this game about? I love that. I love that question. It's like, hey, I just got here. Can you explain what's happened so far in a brief summary just for me? Yeah, sure, no problem. 2 astronauts, last hope of Earth to find a new place to inhabit for humanity. They crash landed on the planet they were supposed to find, and now they are separated, trying to find each other, and while trying to complete the mission of finding the source, which is the heat signature that they found on this planet, to see if it's inhabitable, so humanity can possibly move here. But now we've found out that we're not the first ones here, apparently, because of all this shit that's already on the planet. We just found that out. No, this guy is not French. This guy is a Brit. His partner, she's French.
Operations log of Chief Engineer Marcus McAllen. On system start, modules self-calibrate and begin their analysis automatically. Data is collected every 2 hours, then transmitted. If the connection is interrupted, the readings are stored locally for 72 hours. In case of any anomaly, the system sends a warning signal and switches to safe mode. All non-essential operations stop until the issue is resolved. System automatically returns to normal once the anomaly is no longer detected. All right, guess that's it.
Okay.
Chief Engineer McAllen. I guess we're colleagues of a sort.
Not if you ask like that, Khalif. You will never get anything out of me if you ask like that. Not reading all the dialogue? I already read that shit, She Rocks.
That could be a way to get to the station.
Someone wasn't here or paying attention. Because I definitely read all that shit.
Okay, mate. You can do this.
Also, quick question. And forgive my ignorance, but has there ever been a British astronaut? IRL? There have been? Okay. No, it's an American ignorance thing. Like, I don't know. We only care about American astronauts here. About 11 of them, according to the wiki. I did not know that. Fuck you, Praxis. What am I seeing? Show me. Show me. Don't switch characters.
Ariane, I don't know what this is, but it changes everything.
Don't switch characters. Don't do it. You rotten bastards. It's a fucking Taco Bell, man. All restaurants in the future are Taco Bells. Witness our crunch wrap supremacy. Nick Tastic, I do not have a boggle. Also, it's nice to see you again.
Mission Control. I know you can't hear me, but I'm alive. Barely. I fell through a weak ice sheet about a mile from the crash site. I swear I saw something move under the ice. It was like something attacking me. I don't feel safe here. I'm gonna move on.
Get out from under the ice layer. Why does it always mark these as unread? I've read these. These ones too, look at this. It marks them as unread. Something wrong. Something glitchy about that. Read him again! You didn't read him right last time, read him again! Do you think this planet has 3 seashells? Yeah, but they're like really cold.
There. Thank goodness. A way out.
Where? Oh, there we go. There it is.
Shit.
Whee! Or not, never mind.
The planet's melting. Unusually fast. The creaks and groans are making me jumpy. But I can't lose my nerve and fall apart. Not now. I just have to make it to the source to meet Thomas. Then... Shit. That wasn't in my head. There is something here.
It did have a warning at the start about body horror, and now I'm really intrigued as to when that's coming and what it's going to look like. I'm excited for that. Oh.
I knew it. I knew it. Something moved there. I'm not alone.
No, I've been really fascinated and entertained by body horror ever since watching The Thing for the first time. And I don't know if any other movie has done it better since then. Species was good. Was alright, yeah. The body horror tag was there to prepare for the reality when the game shows you your own webcam.
Never went away. Whatever the fuck it
That's
is.
a timeout. Go fuck yourself. To date, 7 UK-born British citizens and 2 non-UK-born British citizens have flown to space. These were mostly on space shuttle missions, a couple of Soyuz, and some slated for future Blue Origin flights. Okay. Yeah, it shows how little they fucking even cover that in the United States. It's terrible. It should be global news. And the United States is like, they're not American, fuck them. Yeah, I've only heard of the ESA. I don't even know what the fuck they do. I haven't looked into it personally. Like that's on me, but like, it's not. The ESA has never been big news, and it should be. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Fuck!
Better find another way quickly. Whatever it is, it's getting closer.
Did something just scream? It sounded like something just screamed. Yep, that definitely sounds like something's living. No, I definitely hear more about the Chinese space program, for sure, than I hear about the ESA. Can I grab that ledge? I guess we'll find out! Yes. Yeah, move across. There you go.
I hope I won't regret this, but it seems like the only way.
Oh yeah, I know there's been several, like, I would like more than the UK. Canada has astronauts, right? I mean, on the last mission, wasn't there a Canadian? Thought one of them was Canadian. Yeah. And I bet they got sick of hearing Bryan Adams. Oh boy.
It's lurking here. I can feel it.
Okay.
It's stalking me.
Sir, the French Adrian rocket was based on an English design, which we sold them. Goodbye English space program. Oh. Oh.
A way out. I need a way out. Shit. I feel like a rat in a maze.
A rat in a maze?
It's like something's getting me exactly where it wants me.
A rat in the maze! Ah! Ah! I'll be honest, like, I really hope it's, if we get to see a monster or an alien, like, I hope it's an alien of their own design and not some, like, eldritch horror, because you know, that's kind of played out. We've seen that a lot. They showed in the trailer? Well, I'm glad I didn't look. Then I will be surprised. You will see my honest reaction to it.
Not again. Okay.
Oh, what?
Holy shit.
Don't switch characters. Don't you switch characters. Okay. Okay.
What are you?
I really just want this thing to have the Paul Rubens voiceover like Flight of the Navigator. Hey! Ah!
Run, bitch! Run! Run, bitch! Run!
You can't see me, can you?
So as long as I don't move, it can't see me. The creature can detect Arion through sound. Press Y to move carefully and quietly. Or don't press it now though, you're already doing it. No, I'm gonna tempt fate.
No choice.
Come on!
No!
I accept my fate! Oh. Wow. I was really hoping we get to see some impalement, but whatever.
I have no choice. I gotta get across. One step at a time. Shit. Gotta keep this quiet. Shit. Gotta slow down. Breathe and step. Breathe and step.
Step, ball, change. Be quiet, little butt crack. We're on a ninja mission.
Easy does it.
Oh, through there. Okay. Thank you, Paler, for the bits. I appreciate it. No, 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 no. Go fast, 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 fast.
Thomas,
the scariest space monster I've seen, but
I've encountered life.
I wouldn't know what to
here
make
in
either.
Persephone. A multicellular organism.
Prime baby.
Reacts to ground vibrations. Aggressive. Moves fast. Appears blind. Thank fuck for that. Don't think it's a predator.
Thank you, Muhan, for the
They
prime
definitely
resub.
tried to kill me.
Whee! God damn, that's number 6 of suspicious fucking robocalls. Damn. I have my phone like just set right here on my desk so I can see if I get any messages or someone calls. And it's like the 6th like suspicious spam caller. God damn tax season. No, see that's the thing. I don't want to answer, and then the robo callers tell their robo friends to like he picks up. This number picks up.
Finally, a way out. Not a minute too soon. Oh, my scanner's getting something. Could that be these magnetic lines?
When encountering anomaly, adjust the frequency of your EM scanner so they match. Oh, right, okay. So I gotta find the... There it is.
Beep, 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 beep.
Oh, I gotta get closer, okay. Boosh! Up, up.
I got this.
No, my Google phone does that. I have a Pixel. So it does the AI answer like, this person wants to know if you are real. Say fart knocker at the tone. Beep.
At least there's a few. What's that? Looks like a reflection. The escape pod? Thomas? Pretty far from the crashed site. But it could be Thomas's escape pod.
Oh, there we go.
There might be something interesting in there too.
Anything else? Oh, there we go.
And what on earth could that be?
The ice sculpture.
All right. I'd better check it out.
Just left my colonoscopy and I had my doctor write a note to my wife stating that my head was indeed not up there. Something I probably should do too. I've been trying to reach you regarding your tax return this year. I have an exciting offer to...
Shut up, cunt face.
And
Dear Lord
jump!
Garden. No, wait. Hey, fuckface.
Yeah?
No, that's wrong too. Hello, Zeke. Watching that rerun from 10 plus years ago made me realize 3 things. 1. You got better as a streamer.
Thank you.
2. You probably got better as a human being.
As well. 3, I've definitely changed too, because I would certainly not subscribe to that guy with the mutton chops anymore. Keep it up, man. You're welcome, Eldon. That guy with the mutton chops was real. He was an angry guy. I am not that person anymore. Because I ate him. Fuck you guys. Shimmy, 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 shimmy.
Dr. Montclair here. I haven't had any news from Thomas. Except that strange vision after the pulse wave hit me. Still can't explain exactly what that was. Only that it seems to be linked to the planet's unusual EM field. However, I have spotted something that could be debris from Thomas's escape pod. I'm en route to investigate.
Thank you, Nylan, with 74 months.
Another one of those weird ice formations.
Ooh, that's a different... Well, that's a beam of a different color!
This one doesn't react to any of the frequencies. The magnetic line seems corrupted.
Follow the corrupted magnetic line
I
to...
should follow it upstream to see what's going on.
Okay, to repair it. Okay. YOLO swag!
Mission log. Still heading to that light reflection, traversing some difficult and mysterious terrain. Thomas, this place is truly incredible. Interacting with the EM field this way? This is beyond anything we had imagined. Did you see that floating ice? Or the ice structures? Did you discover more? I can't wait to talk about it with you.
Move up. Up. Yep.
There, that's it. This one responds to my scanner. Did I just fix that line? Let's see if the other node reacts to the scanner now.
Okay. Shit! I can't go back that way. So there seems to be other life forms have been on this planet before, right, Zeke? So my question is, why is there no yellow paint on ledges and shit? There is on my spaceship. There was definitely yellow lines there, but here it's just little white outcroppings. Oh. Was I supposed to stay up here and go down? Oh, here we go. Whee! According to the publicly posted Don't Nod fact sheet on the planet Persephone, where we're at, gravity is 0.8 of Earth's, meaning Ariane and her suit weigh 20% less than on Earth. Okay, cool.
It's responding now.
Bzz, 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 bzz.
And we're back on the road. Thomas, I can see that light reflection. It can't be far now.
Oh, that. Okay, I couldn't see it from that far, from further away than that. Okay. And this is gonna fall down. Yep. Yep. Oh God. Better make it quick. Damn it. Shit. Fuck. I can't catch a break. Jumpies.
Another close call.
Man, I am fucking good at this.
If I fall here, no one.
Mirror's Edge can suck my dick. Ain't got shit on me. Yeah, Co, I have been playing this since the beginning of the stream today. It's good. It's a little slow. Old with the Co with the Prime resub, 138 months. Not shelling out real cash for his friend, but you know, I'll take the Bezos bucks. All good, no big deal. But yeah, it's been it's been really good. Slow though, slow. It's got a real, like, you know, plot. It's gradual storyline. And I could see, like, what the fuck? Well, that wasn't supposed to happen. I can see people, like, saying, like, it's boring right away, but this shit, like, alien planet shit, like, desolation, like, that fascinates me. I like it. Vincent gifting a sub to Co-Cabbage. By the way, has everybody wish listed Emberville? I don't know if I've said that yet today. Make sure to wish list Emberville. Okay. Just drop, dude. Okay.
Too small to be the pod. But it could be debris. I need to get closer.
Okay. Let's get closer. Oh, there we go. B. There we go. Oh, no, this way. Other way. This way. There you go. Zeke legit getting Emberville like 10K wish list over the last few months. Hey, listen. Wish list is a wish list. It doesn't matter if it comes from me joking or a meme or something. You still get, you know, it still counts. And wee jumpies. Yeah, if you get into this game, Co, I hope you like climbing section because there's a lot of them. How do I? Okay. There, just yeah. There you go. Okay. There we go. Make it easy for me. I'm the guy who couldn't make it through Karen, and you say that? This is more arcadey. This is more like, I don't know, Uncharted, Assassin's Creed, like, goodbye! It's not quite as technical as Karen is. Fuck off, checkpoint. Okay, never mind. I thought it was, nope, this is, ugh. Okay. There.
Too small to be the pod.
Shortcut.
But it could be debris. I need to get closer.
No, no, down, down. Drop it. Okay, now this is silly. This should be easy. How about a checkpoint now, though? That'd be nice. There it is. There's the checky. There's the checky. Yes. No, I finished Mouse PI. Pulsar Cologne. Thank you so much for 3 years.
Definitely not the pod. What is it then?
Well, let's... Nope, nope. There you go. Take a closer look.
It's clearly metal. So where did it come from?
It's a good question. Let's go find out. Okay. Oh, there we go. Can you please teach us the ways of growing a majestic facial growth? I can't. It's not something that you teach. It's like, can you teach me how to be tall? Like, I can't. I had good genetics for a beard and not so great genetics for my hair. Whee! Jump! Oh, okay, never mind. Oh. Okay. Okay, now. Can you teach Ko to get good at them video games? He's better than I am. Obviously.
Definitely not the pod. What is it then?
Okay. Now this right here should be a checkpoint. It's not, but it should be. One more time. And yup. I'm glad they've not pornified her ass. It's very naturalistic. I don't know, man. We were saying earlier that this game, the only thing that really suffers, that makes this game suffer, is no big anime titties and no big fat ass with a thong on either character. I thought they'd at least give one of them big old tiggle bitties and jiggle physics.
Getting close to the truth.
Can I? Yeah, not now. There we go. No! Oh my God, stop it. I was already, I had the other prompt up. God, if this didn't fucking take so long, it wouldn't be so painful. There, yes. That, right there, right trigger. Oh, it's got a, there, okay. And I can't just unattach my thing. I have to like jump off the wall. And do this swingy thing again. No, I can't go up or left. Or right. I can't go anywhere from here. Oh! It detached. Okay. So if you get to this part, you have to go on that little ledge there and unattach, and then it takes the prompt for that one away somehow.
Well, hello there. Can't say that I expected to see you. All right. You're coming with me.
Oh, now it's really Cairn. Got that climb bot and everything. Okay, now, something the game desperately needs is if I'm on a ledge, put a little prompt right here on this ledge telling the game that I want to hook onto this and unhook from that. Because I am scared to let go. And I don't know how to let go now. There we go. X. It's just X. Okay. A little button prompt is all it needs. Just needs to tell you like X to hook onto this. Junior, let it go.
How did you end up here?
Oh, vacuum toilet, you're back! Oh my God, I've missed you.
Scanx probes. Technical difficulties. I see. I'd very much like to know what's in this memory of yours. Aren't you supposed to have a short range? Only a few miles. Oh, there! Tread marks. Maybe I just need to follow them. And then...
Okay. And now we're, Death Stranding. Okay. Cool. I hope there's no balance mechanics, 'cause that would really piss me off. Good, okay.
There's the trail.
Her run is it's very like happy running. Yep, doop doop doop, running through the field. Now we're gonna go in. We're gonna get the flowers. Gonna make a bracelet out of those flowers.
Mission log. The light reflection wasn't debris from Thomas's pod, but a damaged Scan X unit. Problem is, it's not one of ours. It shouldn't be there. Limited autonomy and range of device suggests something impossible. It doesn't add up. One way or another, this rover had to come from somewhere. And
Everything comes from somewhere. Oh! The smoke monster is back. Oh, okay. You're kind of facing me here. I kind of don't know what you want me to do. There you go. All right, move along. Move along. I think this Scan X box came all the way from Planet Fitness. I think I went the long way around, but that's okay. Is this? Yep, slide time.
Gotta slow down.
Nope. What are you doing, dude? Carefully. Carefully.
Damn it. You're not just fast, you're clever too.
There's a checkpoint. Alright, we're gonna have to run. Here we go. Yeah, yo!
Easy does it.
Fucking alien is so stupid. Can't even see me just standing right there in front of him. Fucking dumb alien. Yeah, it's kind of like the T-Rex. I think we can get away easily if we just feed it a lawyer. Okay. Oh, there we go. Quietly, quietly. Shh. Nobody move or make a sound. Quiet little butt crack. No, I'm on a ninja mission.
Damn it. Won't let go.
Okay. Oh, fucking dead end. No.
Holy shit. I really thought it would get me.
I wasn't worried for a microsecond. Time to slide, though.
It's way here, and it doesn't like it. Thomas, watch your back.
Get the fuck out of here!
A facility? No, it can't be. We were supposed to be the first. What's going on here? There they are.
There they are? Who's they? Woo! Me!
Radiation sensors. No stars supplied this equipment. Just like they did for us. Guys, we hypothesized about this. It might explain how life could survive in these conditions. Oh, I wish I could tell someone. Anyone.
So New Star was here first, and they sent two living astronauts here. To do what? I wonder. Oh my god, I need a shower so bad. Oh, let me get some. Woo! Oh, it's hot! It's so hot! Oh god, it's so hot!
A facility? No, it can't be. We were supposed to be the first.
That bussy is clean now. That astronussy got cleaned up.
There they are.
Astronussy, I love that.
Guys, we hypothesized about
Get
this.
out! Get out! Get out! Get out! Oh god.
How life could survive in these conditions. Oh, I wish I could tell someone. Anyone. Where did the tracks go?
Okay, right bumper, left bumper. Just... Don't roll! Jesus Christ.
Studying the magnetic lines with those spectrometers?
Okay. Surely it wouldn't be another dead end, would it? Surely not. It is, and don't call me Shirley. Fuck. Is there like a climb down spot? Like a B spot I can be on? Oh, there we go. Just follow the geysers.
Whoa. Better Give them a fight. There they are. Damn it! The geyser must have destroyed that bridge.
Okay. We're not going that way. Unless we are. I don't have to. No, I wouldn't have to jump. That's stupid. It does look like there's ledges to grab. No, I know the updraft of the thing, but last time I was in a last time I stood in one of these fucking geysers, it killed me immediately. What's up, draft? Hey, science. Science was done. And we failed.
There they are. Damn it.
So maybe I need to...
Destroyed that bridge.
When the geyser's not there, maybe I jump. It seems like I can make it. She got a pretty good long jump. Yeah, okay, she's fine. No, she is like an Olympic athlete level, like superhuman strength a little bit. For sure, but it is, I mean,
screw this one up.
It can't like
Not after all this time.
account for all of her cool like abilities, but like it is only 0.8 gravity.
That was a close one.
Oh man, what happened to Rerunzy? I liked that guy.
Oh, up, just go up. Move it.
Dodged it.
Yo, Rogalino was 61. Before that, Ocean Chief with 2 years. Thank you, Ocean Chief. Don't take this the wrong way, but Rerun Zeke is a bit of a hipster. I prefer him now a little bit more. I'm glad to hear it. Like milk, I've aged well.
Holy crap. Mission control? I'm walking into what looks like an outpost. I repeat, a man-made, possibly inhabited structure on Persephone.
Or woman-made, come on.
Ask why we didn't know about this. That's a conversation for later.
Come on, it's 2064. Could be woman-made. Or something like that. Yeah, those days were back before I figured out the happy balance of like acknowledging a new sub or a tip or something like that, and not like completely stopping the action to do so. Oh my god, I can take off my helmet. And my suit. Oh my god, it smells like so many farts in here. Yeah, I found your printer. It's out of ink.
Hello? Anybody here?
Yeah, can you imagine the mix of relief and irritation finding someone beat you here? Yeah. Well, after a crash, I'd be like, fuck it. I don't care about being the first anymore. If there's another station here, holy god. What a delight. What a treat. If we came down and in our spaceship and it was all in one piece, I can imagine being pretty pissed off. But like, with a given situation, totally fucking happy about it.
My god, Alan. It's a complete remote facility. What is this place? And who's in charge of it?
Me!
Whoever they are. Looks like they have everything they need for their research.
No, like in The Martian, we are in international waters. You are a pirate. You can claim this place as your own now.
I brought you home. Now I should figure out how to fix you. Oh wow. The mystery crew must have been here for a while. Glacial Magnetic Research Station. That must be where I am. New Horizon Base. Who are these people? They can't be Isa. Oh, we would have known about them.
Oh, they call it Isa?
Another mission to Persephone before ours. This changes everything.
Come on. Nope. Nope, not this one. Not that one. Oh, we already did that. Okay, source. The last one.
I bet they were after the source too. New Star's logo, but no Isa.
Marcus McCallan, missing rover. Any news of your second rover, Diana? Still nothing, can't even ping it. Not sure it's even online. Oh, sorry to hear that. I'll tell the guys on patrol to keep their eyes peeled. Spectrum Amplifier status report from Diane to Commander Leary. Commander, the Spectrum Amplifier is ready as per the Chief Engineer's specifications. I'm eager to test it as soon as I can get the ice samples with a sufficient nitosite count. We need to know more about how the electromagnetic network interacts with ice. We're seeing the effects everywhere. The glyphs are just the most striking example. But I think there's more to this phenomenon, something organized, purposeful, almost intentional. I'll keep you posted. Hello from Tiger Sokolov to Diane McKind. Oh, Diana, I think you hate that song, haha. We're getting the reservoir going down around our digs, but it's slow. They told us a million times that all the things space could do to us, boredom might be the worst. But damn, they said nothing about sharing a dormitory with Malcolm sighing all night and Phaedra freaking Duen doing yoga by her bed at 5 a.m. I don't want to wake up to that. You know? Okay. Anyway, killing time, thought I'd drop you a line. How's your exciting ice sample? Still cold? When I put myself forward for Project Aphelion, I thought it might involve at least a little bit of magic, but it's just noses to the datasheet so far, huh? Punch McAllen in the shoulder for me, or the face, your call, Tiger. P.S. Have you guys been having issues with your radio equipment? We've had a few issues I can't explain. EM Anomalies Draft from Diane to Marcus. Hey, have you guys been seeing these rocks that float in the air defying gravity? My EM scanner goes bonkers around them if I can even get it to turn on. Thing is, I did countless atmospheric mineral analyses before we came, and at no point did I see this. Only now since we isolated the source. Curious that. Everyone on base seems to be waiting for your new spectrum amplifier to be completed. By the way, what does it do? Some kind of pulse emitter? Domenica says it will all make sense after that. But if we could consider the rest of this off the record, lol, hi New Star Snoops, I think things are getting a little weird. I think we're not getting all the answers, that's all. I mean, I know I'm going a little loopy here in a remote outpost by myself, gazing into ice molecules all day, but when you start seeing...
Who are you, Dr. McKinda? Did you know we were coming?
She's my kind of doctor, McKinda doctor. I needs work.
One of those ice formations. The researchers were studying it. Another lab. Outside. Okay. One thing at a time.
I hate it when people don't finish their...
This is Dr. Arjen Montclair, astrobiologist of Hope 1. Anybody copy? Of course, a functioning radio would have been too much to ask. But hey, it's okay. I got this.
No problem. I know how to work all these
What
machines.
happened to this crew, or what their mission was. All I know is it's not too late for mine. Let's see what's downstairs.
Okay.
Hello? Is anybody there? Dr. McKinda. Guess I'm gonna have to invite myself in.
I have your pizza and your printer.
Project Aphelion is going exactly as planned. The incision at the source is complete. The subsequent rise in water temperature is encouraging. The increased nitocide count in the vicinity is, in my opinion, irrelevant.
I can't believe I pronounced that right.
My recommendation is to maintain the separation of the source. The energy surge downstream is key to transforming the area into a sustainable habitat for humans. Talk to you soon, Dr. McKinda.
The source? A habitat for humans? That's gotta be why the planet's melting. They're raising the temperature of the water. They were figuring out a way
Terraforming!
to live here. That means it can be done. That means there's hope.
A new hope.
We all have our reasons to fight for the future. Is it true, Dr. McKinda? Were we right about the source after all?
Dr. M, you've done more for your daughter here than you could have ever done back home. Be proud of yourself, Phaedra. Ask Malcolm for coffee formula. Just a little take a peek here.
Let's try this.
We've come for your daughter, Chuck. Oh.
A little more focus. That's it. I knew that Black Onyx had a story to tell. Bacterial life on Persephone. From a moon collision millions of years ago.
Sample Black Onyx approximately 2,700 million years ago. Or, correct me if I'm wrong, that's 2.7 billion years ago. You could just put that, yeah? Conclusion. Composition suggests extraplanetary origin, most likely a collision with a moon, contemporaneous with the first appearance of microbial life on Persephone. Hypothesis. Black Onyx is a possible vehicle for extremophile-type microbial life on the planet.
That creature hunting me? He's a collective of nidocytes. They react to magnetic waves. That's why the AM scanner buzzes when the creature's close. They call it the Nemesis. Ominous choice.
I was gonna say.
What else do they know about it? That physicist talking about the source. What did she say about an increased nidocyte count?
Hazy, very random question. How did you know Katie was the one for you? Like, when did you know it was love? Asking for romantics in chat. I asked this of Katie as well. It doesn't really, like... There's not, like, one moment you can really point to. It's more of, like... Picture you're standing on a cliff over a lake, right? And you start tipping, and eventually you're actually falling. It's a gradual process, but then it's kind of hard to pinpoint at what point are you actually falling or are you still tipping, you know? But there's a story I do tell sometimes. When she came out to visit me and we went to the grocery store and we got our groceries back to our vehicle and we put our cart back into the cart, you know, wrangling bars, whatever, the cart corral. And she said, and I got back to the vehicle and she said, wait a second. And I got in the vehicle and I was like, okay. And she goes and grabs a cart that was kind of a stray shopping cart that was like, you know, just in the middle of the fucking parking lot. And she grabs it and she puts it back into the cart, like corral. And I was like, that's a good lady. Oh, sorry. Space phone's ringing. Oh shit, did I tell that story when there's an ad playing? Fuck, dude. I'll retell it quick. As soon as the ad breaks over in 30 seconds.
This looks like my rover. Yeah. Is there a manual somewhere? That's handy. Now I can fix the rover upstairs.
And that's how Katie and I fell in love. Long story, but I'm glad you were here to hear it. Anyways, back to the game. I'm just kidding. For those of you who are on ad break when the story cut off, basically, like, we were in a parking lot and she saw a stray cart in the middle of the parking lot and she took it upon herself to say, wait a minute, and went and put the cart back. Just out of the goodness of her heart, I guess. Like, whatever that means. And I was like, that's a damn fine lady. That was basically the story. And you, bud, how did we end up with you? When did I fall in love with you? Well, I'll tell the story of when I fell in love with you. Oh my God, you were just why do you do this every time? After a drink of water, you have to come bug somebody about it. Good Lord. Every time after he drinks water, he has to find me or mom and wipe his wet mouth on somebody. Yeah, he does need a trim. Yeah, we're gonna get him down, to Texas, and then find a groomer to shave him down. But when did I fall in love with you? Well, we found him on a website, and his name on the website was Asher, and I was like, that dog is our dog. Actually, I found Lilith, she found Trick. She wanted She wanted this one. I wanted the Lilith. And her name was Fawn, F-A-W-N, on the website. We went and picked up the puppies and said, we're going to take you home. And we're going to name you Trick and Lilith. That's it. They're a cute dog. They're good puppy. Little rambunctious, little barky. But they're good dogs. They're very loyal. And they're very cuddly. They would lay on top of you all day if they could. In fact, when mom's not home and I have the house to myself, that's what we do. We lay in bed all on top of each other together. Yeah. Good boy. Okay, come on. Good boy. All right. All right, the most common cause of a new Star Scan X unit malfunction is a broken circuit. Unscrew the cover. Repair the broken circuit with a standard handheld welder. Eject the memory card. Okay.
Had another run-in with the Nemesis in the northern sector. I escaped by a real miracle, thanks to one of those magnetic anomalies we sometimes see in the snow, you know. Well, guess what? The stupid beast was all over it, like it was catnip. So I got away while it was distracted. No idea what that anomaly is, or why the Nemesis loves it so much. Gotta ask Kano if her experiments could have something to do with it. But imagine if we found a way to neutralize the Nemesis with it.
Using a magnetic anomaly against the Nemesis.
Brilliant.
I wonder if the EM scanner would work. If only I could ask this mystery crewmate. Until then, I'd better look out for those anomalies. Hold on. Have I checked everything here?
Oh, okay. I'm not done yet. Oh, there's something up here. What's this? A
They
PI...
isolated the source, whatever that means. And it warmed the water, but also increased the needosite count. Viable habitat for humans at the source. If that is true, it's groundbreaking. If I ever find these scientists, I'll have a lot of questions.
A PIV and CFD analysis of natural convection ice melting. Dr. Diana McKinday. Observation. Shallow ice core shows accumulation rate and melt layers consistent with an increased temperature. Conclusion. Isolation of the electromagnetic source and nexuses lead to warmer water temperature and increased nidosite count. Recommendation. Continue Project Aphelion. Exploit the source's energy to transform Persephone into a viable human habitat for humans. Additional research into nidosite behavior recommended. Oh, we already went this way. Go back up. Back up the ladder. Other side, though. There you go. No, yeah, there you go. Hit this guy.
Time to give up your secrets, at last.
Unscrew the cover.
Let's see.
Repair the broken circuit.
A broken circuit. That's why the memory card is stuck. Ready?
Oh, come on. You can't even make it a mini game? A little circuit attaching game? Come on, guys.
Voila! What does the ice sample have to do with the anomalies? And what are the sites anyway?
Aphelion
Microorganisms,
Zikades.
maybe. I saw another lab outside, but that's where I'll find answers.
That's right. Aphelion these nuts. Yeah, Bioshock pipe minigame, that would have been fine. I don't care.
I wonder what happened here.
Oh, there, I knew it. Yeah, hang on. Whoa. Oh, there it is, right there. What did I do? I don't know. Oopsie daisy. Almost. There we go. Doink.
Very handy.
Enjoyed the Bloodborne stream, but the breaks were a bit much. Oh yeah, man, son of man, I know. I have learned. Gotten better at streaming. I hope. More entertaining at least. And less breaks in the action. But that was, how many years ago was that? Was that 10 years ago? Oh, no, it was Bloodborne's release. Whenever Bloodborne released, that's when I did that stream. 11 years. There you go. Jesus Christ. And now I'm the fastest pisser on Twitch.
Let's see what's cooking over here.
Says so in my bio.
Have I checked everything here?
Okay, we did that. Yep. Yep. Okay. Read all those. Status report, EM Spectrum Amplifier, Glaciomagnetic Research Station. Status report, the first prototype of the EM Spectrum Amplifier is complete, ready to use. Description, the EM Spectrum Amplifier allows us to study the hypothesized electromagnetic network of Persephone emanating from the source. Purpose, rendering the hypothesized network of ley lines visible using ice that is high in nidosite content, harvested from Sector 74B and 53D. Hypothesis, using the spectrum amplifier on ice containing nidosite should stimulate Persephone's electromagnetic network. Next step, awaiting the return of 2 ScanX rovers with adequate ice samples. Okay.
Whatever they did at the source, it changed the EM field, and they wanted to understand how. Where are you now, Dr. McKinda? Did you find answers? You clearly thought the answers were in the ice. Well, maybe with this spectrum amplifier I can unlock them for myself.
Yeah.
Thomas, your lucky charm's working.
Yep. There we go. Now do it.
Persephone's Aphelion is decades away. Clearly, these people had long-term ambitions.
Yeah, Royce, yeah, I try not to do that.
Persephone's landscape? It sounds crazy, but I've seen it with my own eyes.
I didn't know you had a real anger problem back then, Zeke. To be honest, listen to your getting arrested story and rerun. Great work overcoming that problem as much as you can, man. Well, I'll tell you what. Like, I was a frustrated young man, well, younger man, and I didn't have, you know, I didn't have anybody to be responsible to or for, and now I do, and that makes me think twice about some of the shit I do. when back then it was just me, and I was like, well, I get arrested, no one's gonna care. I don't live with anybody. I'm not responsible for any animals or anything like that. But now, it's like if I get arrested, like fucking Katie's, you know, got to do something, bail me out. My dogs go unfed. Well, I mean, Katie will feed them, but you know what I mean.
The EM field expressing consciousness. What are they talking about?
Glyph morphology analysis. Conclusion. Another proof of the invisible electromagnetic network clearly impacting the environment. Hypothesis. Possible conscious design behind the shapes, glyphs, language. Source. What is it? The network clearly impacts the environment. Does it come from the source? Proof of like electromagnetic network. Team notes. Calculate frequency. Determine and calculate selected pressures. Determine problems. Stupid hiccups. Oh, did I not do that? I thought that's exactly what I just did. It says, analyze the ice sample with a spectrum amplifier. Oh, is that upstairs? Okay. Or is it? Is it? All right, well, I can make it, right? Yeah, I can make it, no problem.
Shit! It followed me here.
Shit!
If I could just keep it away for long enough to make it back to the main building. Yes. Just need to find the right frequency. Those eyes attract magnetic lines. Beautiful. It's trying to say something. There's definitely some kind of symbiosis here. Another one of those magnetic anomalies. But I haven't seen this type before. That must be the anomaly the guy was talking about. To distract the creature.
There we go.
Incredible. It actually worked. Quick now.
Well, not that way, I guess. No!
Shit! It followed me here. Incredible formation. Yeah, does the eyes attract magnetic lines? Or was it shaped by them? Beautiful. It's trying to say something. There's definitely some kind of symbiosis here. Another one of those magnetic anomalies. But I haven't seen this type before. That must be the anomaly the guy was talking about. Incredible. It actually worked. Quick now.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't distracted enough yet. Gotta wait. And then maybe you can run, but I won't run this time. I'll just sneak all the way over to the other side.
Shit! Incredible formation. I'd love to Yeah, does the ice attract magnetic lines? Or was it shaped by them? Beautiful. Like, it's trying to say something. There's definitely some kind of symbiosis here. Another one of those magnetic anomalies. But I haven't seen this type before. That must be the anomaly the guy was talking about.
Got it. Okay, now.
Incredible.
Distract
It
it.
actually worked.
And go.
Quick now.
She says quick now like I'm supposed to run, but...
Shit, that wasn't fast enough. All clear.
Oh, it's not chasing me? Okay.
Let's see to that spectrum amplifier now. Would the grapple work for this?
I'm guessing so. The icon's there. It was trying to reach me about my car's extended warranty. That's all. Okay, now we're inside. Safely inside. We can take our helmet off. How did you know where to climb when there was no yellow paint? Leap of faith, man. I wasn't even sure I would make it.
I have so much to tell you. You won't believe me, but I found a lab. A fully equipped lab. I may have found something that proves the source is habitable. I need to conduct an experiment to be sure of it, though. And after that, I'll meet you at the source. You'll see, Thomas. We're about to make it. We're going to keep our promise. So this is a spectrum amplifier. They designed it to study anomalies in the EM field. Let's do it then.
Boop, beep, boop, boop, beep, boop, boop, beep, boop, beep. Oh, whoa. Oh my God, I'm gonna analyze.
Oh, I'm fucking coming.
Thomas? Are you okay?
Shit.
Somehow it recorded this incident?
You hurt. You really hurt. Thomas, tell me where you are. Tell me. No. No. Fuck. What are these visions? Some kind of particle effect from the magnetic network. They do not obey the laws of time. Like, some residue. Or an echo. First time I saw you, you just discovered something. You wanted me to see it. You found the base, didn't you? You'll bleed out before you make it to the source.
I think I might be too dumb for this game. I think I have a handle on what's going on, but I'm not 100%. Yes, I actually played through it, close shot.
Orion. I don't know what this is, but it changes everything.
Okay, what are you looking at?
This would blow your mind. You've got to come here and see this.
It's a Hooters.
Mission Control, I have confirmed visual on what appears to be a settlement.
Ah.
I have no idea how this is possible, but whoever they are, they must have supplies and hopes and answers. Especially answers, right? Let's find out.
And hopefully another kidney, because this one is shot. Random, your soundboard is a mess. Hot random, I love you so. All right, random. Hot random, I love you so. Oh, that's too big. Oh, there you go. There's your random. Okay. So do I? No, I just. Yep, I just slide on down. Here we go.
Hope 1, Officer Thomas Cross to unknown base. Do you read me? Thomas Cross to unknown base. ESA-led mission Hope 1 in distress after emergency landing. In need of immediate medical attention. Do you copy? Over.
And tea and biscuits.
Just how many people are stationed here?
Why is he so skinny? Because he's British.
Put the kettle on for a guest.
Put the kettle on! What'd I fucking say?
No power. That's not good.
Oh god, okay. We're good.
Huh. A radio tower. Does that mean there was a time when you could send transmissions in Persephone? I'd say this place has been abandoned for a long time. Definitely looks like unfinished business.
Yeah, there seems to be some timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly shit going on that we're not privy to as of yet.
An old machine dying on the job.
Oh, he hasn't been through that tutorial. He doesn't know how to fix the robot.
No luck here either. The main power's offline. Does that mean everyone's gone? Looks like I'm not the only one locked out.
Oh, the Roombas are trying to return. Oh, they're just patiently waiting there for the door to open. Oh, poor Roombas.
no choice. If I don't find an oxygen tank, it's the end of my illustrious career.
You still have a motorbike? I mean, sort of, yeah. I still own one, but it's been at my brother's house since I moved to Denver. I never went back up and brought it back, but
locked.
Don't really have a huge desire to go out on a motorcycle anymore like I used to.
Walls, closed doors, radio silence. What are they hiding from?
Oh, okay. Might as well sell the damn thing? Yeah, I've thought about it.
The fence is broken. That's my way in.
Do I have a butler?
Okay, then.
Fuck do you think I am, Zvi? Yeah, I'm not Co.
Come on, come on.
I don't have a butler in a sex dungeon. I mean, just a butler. Never mind.
Bingo.
Can I get back through? Nope. 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 Can't get back through that way.
Thomas Cross reporting from unknown base. I found the main generator, but someone switched it off by manual override. Now, why would they cut their own power? I'm on my way to investigate the interior. Oh, and I suppose I'm in urgent need of an oxygen tank, and ideally a med bay. But otherwise, all good.
Look,
out.
The robots went home!
Ah, the rovers have their little way in, at least. I wonder if I could get in that way. Might be a tight squeeze, but I'm still fit, yeah? That rover on the workbench. That's my way in.
Okay.
System locked down. Hello? Anybody? Somebody help. I'm an ESA astronaut. I'm badly injured. For fuck's sake, I need help.
Oh, 88. Let's
Found
just
you.
ignore this one except for a year is 100 Sikadis.
You bet. Thank you, Meat Blob, the 88 months. Yeah, I'll be in Austin for my birthday, yeah.
I'm afraid you've still got work to do,
What
mate.
day of the week is that? A fucking Wednesday. Sucks.
T-1000. I know I've read the instructions. Come on, Thomas, think. This is the part that triggers the rover hatch. should get me through that hatch. Let's hope I can fit my old carcass inside.
Bleep blorp. In we go. Why does he keep saying he's an ESA, an emotional support animal? Incorrect. He is a meat popsicle.
I'm too old for this.
Boom, he said it.
What was that?
Smoke you.
Hello?
Nope. I'm using controller. Why did it say tab? My controller decided it doesn't want to work anymore. Okay. There. Okay. Nope. Nope. All right.
All this feels awfully familiar. Anyway, thanks for showing me the way, lads.
Oh, they're sitting in their little charging dock. Oh, okay.
Someone's done this.
Who has done
They
this?
don't want visitors.
Med bay. I need a med bay. Patch me up. Oh, I got a little jog now. Hooray.
Yeah. I've seen this type before too.
Oh, don't put this in my path and tell me I can't drive it. Let me drive it at some point, please. Please, game. Let me Mako it.
Hello? Hope One, Officer Thomas Cross. Anyone here? I'm in need of immediate medical attention.
Alarmed here. Look at all this.
Yo, Knucklehead!
Here.
Thank you for the 95 months.
Well then, now.
Airlock? No, I don't want to go to the airlock. I don't want to go to crew quarters, I don't think. Oh, there we go. Map. Okay. Medical bay, north wing.
Ah, thank God a med bay. Gonna have to find a way there.
Okay, you are here.
All right, I'm here. Locker room.
So if I'm looking at the crew quarters, it's to my left.
I wonder if anyone.
So, I gotta go through comms. Okay.
Of course my navigator isn't recognized. This is a bloody nightmare. All doors locked, and no one to hear scream.
That's a different movie.
That was better navigator inside. Damn. These are definitely older model spacesuits than ours.
Okay.
Prototypes, maybe.
Okay, that makes sense. They were here first. Older prototypes. Did they abandon the base and put on lockdown because they locked a scary monster inside or outside? Oh, fuck.
What the hell?
Oh, I knew they shouldn't have allowed women on this mission. They attract bears and electromagnetic aliens.
Oh, shit. Mission log, Thomas Cross speaking. I'm inside the unknown facility. No signs of life, but something's wrong here. Power down, place in disarray, and I'm pretty sure I'm seeing human blood.
I hope it's human,
If I
Jesus.
can't find a med kit.
Mission updates. We need more energy. Laundry. Tiger Dom. Rooms. Mal. Machines are RMM. Key elements mission. Maintenance machine. Marcus. Ice particles. Particules. Area 7 anomaly. Investigate tremors. Rafe. Surface. Okay. The cooking burner is to be used only for cooking. This means no dyeing your socks. Or drying your socks, Sokolov. Your friend Malcolm. Email message New Horizons base from Commander Leary to Project Aphelion all. In light of recent events, I made the difficult decision to put contractor McKellen in quarantine for safety reasons. To this effect, my personal quarters are now temporarily off limits. Those wishing to pay respect should leave their tributes and prayers outside the door. Commander Leary, this is an automated message. Please contact your supervisor if needed. Safety first. Registered trademark with New Star. Fucking cookies! Why am I not chowing on those?
Looks like they left in a hurry.
Okay, so there were 8 of them. Rafe, Diana, Malcolm, Marcus, Frank, Domenica, Phaedra, and Tiger.
The first crew on Persephone. I thought that was supposed to be us.
2061.
Project Aphelion? I've never even heard of it. This is unreal.
Okay.
Anybody home?
Oh, fucking radiation closet. Shit. I'm fucked. Oh, fucking vacuum toilet.
Creeps.
You fucking vacuum toilet. You took my woman. How dare you? I won't forget what you did.
Feels like I'm intruding. Well, they can't have just disappeared.
Or can they?
I just feel like the team's starting to lose focus. Yeah? Have you smiled today? Done your circulatory exercises? Stop. I mean, there's something in the water. We need to find out what. I don't understand why that's so controversial. Yeah. Since the source went offline, the numbers just skyrocketed. I don't know why either, but I'm told to stop overanalyzing and just make the data work. This is all happening so fast, and it's like there's no one at the wheel. There should be standards, practices. No, who cares about that when New Star's investors have to see a return? New planet, same old story.
Zeke, are you a gas station sandwich? Because I know you're a bad decision, but I'm still tempted. And delicious. You might regret it later, but it's delicious now. It also depends on which gas station. If you get it from the Wawa, you're in good shape. You're fine. But if you get it from the Come and Go, maybe not. Maybe not so much. Have you been to Franklin's Barbecue on trips to Dallas or Austin? I used to live outside Dallas, and anytime I went to Austin was a must. No, but I will be asking for suggestions once I move down there for places to go to eat. Not now, though. I'm not making the list now. So don't bother telling me now. Oh, Come and Go doesn't exist anymore. Got bought out by Maverick. No, I didn't know that. Shit.
Okay. This is the commander. At least that's clear. Really missing Earth right now. Looks like they're having fun.
Happy landing anniversary.
Me, though.
Oh, they've been here a year already, huh? Okay. Oh, a fucking med kit. Let's go. God damn it!
Empty. Of course.
Well, maybe I should take a shower. That'll make me feel a little more human. Have you checked your oxygen levels, addressed your suit pressure, taken your iron supplement, kept hydrated, performed circulatory stretches, smiled today? Have you smiled today? Oh, New Star Enterprises. If you answer no to any of the above, see a doctor or a counselor. Now, you'd think there'd be like a code somewhere. Oh, it's probably... What do you think? 2845?
Is this from the early free flight tests of the shuttle? Wow. Dates way back.
That might be the code for the door. Yeah, pioneers, in quotes. Yo, Spencer of the 151.
151. The worst Bacardi rum to ever pass my lips. Happy subbing.
Dude, Bacardi 151. We used to drink that on a dare. Like, you want a flaming shot? Get some Bacardi 151, baby. It's bad. Not as bad as Everclear, which I've also tried. But still bad. It's just hot fire going down. Okay. Find someone. That's it. Oh, man, that's the mission statement for so many people. Always. Each year in Austin, they have a festival where they celebrate the expansion of the city due to all the out-of-towners moving to it. It's called Austin City Limits. You should check it out once you move. Then there's South by Southwest, which helps newcomers get acclimated to the city. Yes, I've heard of all of these. And I will be attending some of them.
Mondeleary.
Ah, okay.
This is the guy I saw in that photo.
That's where I need to be.
Yeah, that's locked.
Oh, What was it? Something 45? Oh, God damn it. Move your fat head. 2845. There we go. Yeah, I'm moving it. Yep, moving all the way to Texas. Yep. I will be moving on Monday the 4th. Oh.
Right. Onwards.
Search the commander's quarters.
Oh, shit.
Oh, what happened, dude?
Damn it. What happened here?
Nothing good.
McCallan? But isn't the commander named Leary?
Oh, yeah.
What are you doing here?
Yeah, Marcus.
I'm missing. Oh, that thing is giving me goosebumps. Is it evil eyes?
Let me check your wristlow jackomator.
Please forgive me.
Warmer weather. Warmer weather, friends.
I'm so sorry.
Those are the two big reasons. I mean, for me, it's her. It's Katie. Katie wanted to move to Austin, and I'm like, all right, I'll go where my love goes.
Okay. No, my data.
En route to talk some sense into Malcolm and find a solution to this nidus.
151 months and I have nothing clever to say. Lol, what's your game schedule for the next week before you move?
I don't really have a specific schedule. I'm playing this today, obviously, and maybe tomorrow, depending, but I also have a sponsored stream tomorrow. Thursday, Friday, I don't know, and Saturday, it's If Then, and Scott is going to be here. So, as far as Thursday, Friday goes, kind of up in the air. But today, tomorrow, and Saturday have scheduled things. Also, you know better than to ask me what my fucking schedule is. God damn it, AO. But yes, we will have a final stream from the house on Saturday.
No problem of his. You can't trust a gardener to grow plants.
Oh, okay. We're shitboxing AO. There you go, Koi. Oh, man. You picked the wrong mod to shitbox. I'll tell you that much. Good luck to you in the future, sir.
Apparently, between this and Fetcher's constant questioning, bunch of morons I'm working with. Failure isn't an option. The entire fucking future is riding on this. And with Hope One arriving in a few months, we can't allow any more... Hello? Anyone in here? Malcolm, Diana! This isn't funny! What was that? Oh my, no, no!
What is it?
Shit, was that recorded when he died?
Sounds like it, doesn't it? Oh, the Smurs! The San Antonio Smurs! He got a signed jersey by the San Antonio Smurs.
Just how long has New Star been up to something behind our backs?
Mission Specialist Spring from Mission Control to Commander Leary. Dear Commander, reaching out regarding Mission Specialist Spring hesitations. If your crew is insubordinate, handle it accordingly. You were appointed Commander because of our trust in your capacity to act. Best wishes. the board of New Star Enterprises. P.S. Given the difficulty in comms transit, you may want to evaluate in future whether your complaints genuinely require outreach for efficiency's sake. Reread new discovery. Dear Commander, apologies for what seemed to be a very, very long delay in reply. We're seeing some heavy EM interference around comms to Persephone. We do appreciate your report on the so-called Nexus, but the board is concerned that your risk-averse approach, combined with your disputable management of the McKellen crisis, may not align with New Star's best interest. Your passion for rule following is certainly an inspiration to some. However, we must remind you that with Hope 1 on the way, Project Aphelion's only priority should be to raise global temperatures to the desired range for terraforming by any means necessary. Navel gazing about data will only put us behind schedule. We expect results. With gratitude, the board of New Star Enterprises. Formal request for an autopsy on M. McKellen from Domenica Cano to Commander Leary. Commander, requesting access to Marcus McKellen's body to perform a proper autopsy and dissection. Please consider locking it away. It is a unique occasion to study the effects of Persephone on humans and could be critical for the future of humanity. Thank you in advance, Domenica Cano. From Commander Leary to Domenica. Domenica, I remind you that we cannot risk contaminating the medical bay, potentially jeopardizing the environment for the rest of the crew. Containing this incident is a mission priority. The loss of Engineer McKellen is a tragedy, but not a scientific opportunity. Please show some respect, Commander Leary. Okay. When you go out of the room, there's another room to the right? Okay. Oh, yeah. I went in this room first.
The commander's son again.
And food, I guess.
I could try to open that door now.
Yes.
Access the med bay.
Yeah. Before we do, though.
What's this place?
I don't know. Let's find out.
Personal log of Project Aphelion's botanist, Malcolm Spring. I'm reporting on the Marcus McKellen incident. The official company position will be that there was, I think I'm gonna be ill, an accident of an unknown cause. But we know the cause, we know it. And then, locking the body away like that? It just doesn't sit right with me. The commander said it was to prevent further distress. But I think he just doesn't want everybody to see how it happened. I didn't like the guy, but he deserves a proper burial. While we still can. The plants are all dying. It feels like the beginning of something really bad. Officer Spring, out.
Unknown cause indeed. Why was Commander Leary so afraid of a dead man?
On an alien planet, he died of weird causes, like, yeah. Following protocol seems like a good idea. Karagard with 18 months. Thank you, Karagard.
This isn't the first time I've seen strange ice.
Oh, that's ice?
Poor guy.
Oh. Oh, I can't. Oops. Okay. All right, let's get out of here.
Audio log, Officer Thomas Cross reporting. Well, I've met a member of the crew here, Marcus McKellen.
Yep.
He's dead. I'm as appalling myself. I found him locked inside the commander's quarters, but I'm still not totally sure how he passed. I recovered his navigator so I can access the med bay. That's me out.
All right, maybe I can stop limping after I get to the med bay.
All right. It's responding now. Thanks, Marcus. Finally.
Yes.
Now, onto the med bay.
Let's heal up.
Old house or something.
Uh-huh.
What else could it be?
It's just the house settling. No big deal. Oh, cinematic.
Hello?
It's probably nothing. Probably nothing.
What now?
Hey there, honey, with the raid. Thank you, baby.
Holy shit!
So I'm not gonna get healed then. Okay. Now, god damn it. Just wanted a goddamn med kit.
Bloody hell.
You killed so many people today. Good. I'm glad. Congratulations.
Damn it. Come on. What on earth is happening?
Medkit, medkit, medkit? Anywhere? What up, Super Gibble Man? Okay. Ad break anyways. Just give me a second. I'm gonna go pee real quick. I've been holding the pee in for the last 15 minutes, so give me a second and we'll continue on. Okie dokie, welcome back. Let's fucking continue on. See where the ice is chasing us, apparently. So let's get out of here. What up, Beef Nebula?
Damn it!
Come on. What? I didn't realize I had too much. I didn't realize I had oxygen. I wasn't even looking. Well, fuck me, I guess. Oh. I was not looking at my oxygen. I had no idea that's what happened. I thought it was a glitch, I swear.
Damn it!
Okay.
What the fuck was that?
We're good now.
I swear it's like the ice itself was after me.
What's this?
This plot, it's covered in that freak ice too. And so was the body in the commander's room. That thing that chased me. Kill them all.
Oh shit! They got all kinds here. They got Blueberry Crunk. They got Maui Wowie. They got Banana Madman. Oh man, they got all the good stuff in here.
Personal log of Malcolm Spring. Got some news. Nidosites and Persephone's water somehow mutate plants' DNA. This is a fascinating opportunity.
They have what plants
to study
crave.
how Earth life might respond to this planet's unique microbiotic ecosystem. It's frustrating too. I mean, who knows what kind of consequences this much nidosite activity could have? It's like the water itself is not just alive, but expressive. The plant forms and the ice sculptures outside seem related. I don't know what it all means yet, but there's definitely more to come.
I know Ariane talked about the possibility of finding an endemic form of life, but it doesn't look like a happy discovery. Whatever these nidosites are, they don't look very friendly.
Nanocyte expulsion, parasitic attack on cell, observation, new cell mitosis. Oh, so we did it. The nexus isolation and the source isolation.
What's this about isolating the source?
Made shit bad. Yeah, it's a type of like molecular parasite, it seems.
The same weird ice here too. What the hell was going on here?
Audio log of Malcolm Spring. I can definitely confirm the snowmelt contains nidosites, a probable cause for the plant mutations. This is a new form of microbial life, exclusive to Persephone. I mean, I have to convince the rest of the crew, but I know what this is. A colonial organism with a clear collective intelligence. I can only imagine its role in the ecosystem. It could be the key to everything. The plants still can't talk, but they're the ones who told me. We're on a completely new planet. For all we know, there are all new rules about life and the forms it can take. But like always, it's all about the water.
Yep. So melting the ice let loose this microscopic cell changing virus thing. So melting the ice, bad idea. See, I'm getting it. I'm sort of understanding.
Personal log, Officer Thomas Cross. I don't know what to think about what I've seen. What did the crew do with the source, and what happened to them? They found some weird organisms in the water, and now they're all gone.
No, I don't want to go to the greenhouse. Is there? Medbay, medbay.
Oh no.
Shit, another one. No. Oh, back to tank. Fucking hop in there, dude.
Malcolm Spring. That wasn't an accident. That was murder. Fuck, man. Nothing on this navigator. It was wiped clean.
Check his dick. Is there any evidence of astronussy on his dick?
They never made any headway with the nitocytes. What does that mean for us?
Organic nitocyte filtration attempt using modified Icornia crassipes. Jesus Christ, test 3. Okay, so they could not... Okay, grew in toxicity and they could not filter out the nitocytes. Oh, okay. Man, all I want is a fucking med pack.
Ariane, it's me.
Oh.
I wonder if you'll ever get to listen to this, but... Anyway, I found another body. Something came after this crew. He'd killed Chief Engineer McAllen, that's for sure. But this guy, Malcolm Spring, he was killed in a very human way. Please be careful out there.
Death by snooze. No, when he said he was killed in a very human way, I just wanted, like, you've seen those posts on social media where it's like, I've got my context hat on. How about some context, Mr. Vague Poster? Like, why don't you just say his throat was cut? Species, Macrocytisis profera. Died 20 days after peak growth failed. Leia with the 56 months. Thank you, Leia.
A big ball of ice. This is what we thought we'd find when we arrived.
Then there's the Nexus. There's the source. Zeke in history because there were no real toilets during the Crusades. If you ever read was killed in a compromising position, normally means somebody waited until they were having a crap and couldn't get their sword ready and stabbed them in the back. Nice. I would say that's a very human way to die. Maybe that's what Adrian will assume.
I'm starting to think this planet didn't thaw on its own.
Oh, really?
This breaks every rule in the book. Terraforming. Really?
Yeah.
That's bloody ambitious or reckless. Or both. They must have thought humans had a future here. So where did everything go wrong?
The humans. Planet was fine before humans. Oh my god, if I didn't know better, I would say this is a Dark Souls boss arena. fool of a took! Toss yourself in next time.
What the hell?
They are coming.
Yes!
Enemy defeated! Or not so much.
Oh, great.
They have a cave troll.
Come on! Come on!
Thank you. I think. Base? Thank you. Thank you, base. Thank you, Hodor.
I know you tell me to just go on without you. Find the source. But I don't take orders from you. Just hang on till I find you, okay?
All right, head toward the base.
Mission Control. Don't ask me how I know this, but Thomas is injured. Badly. He's at the New Horizon base. Bleeding to death. Probably alone. I could get there in a few hours, but it would mean abandoning the mission. The source. Everything. I'd have to go through the equatorial storm. It would be a rough ride, but I have to try. I have to.
Yeah, that'd be a tough one to explain, like, the electromagnetic field on this planet created a video of my friend pulling the bar that he was impaled on out of his stomach. Like echoes and stuff. I was wondering if we were going to get more climbing sections. Where am I even going? Just right here? Okay. Sure.
They joined the water. These rivers must flow to the source too.
Yeah. Do you want to know how many chapters there are? Nah.
That's one hell of a storm. Let's hope the agency's wrong about it.
Time to race the penguin.
Rivers flow towards the source. As if everything on this planet obeys the same call. That weird floating ice again. It's not responding.
Damn it! Oh, whoop, 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 glitching out. There we go. Okay. You want me to go down there, huh? All right, you win. Here I come. Whee! Fuck! Oh, damn it! Ow! Ow! Oh, my tailbone!
Rivers flow towards the source. As if everything on this planet obeys the same call.
That's not where I have to go now.
That weird floating ice again.
Oh, there we go. Bingo!
Unbelievable.
Nope, dude, god damn it. Whee! Hoo-hoo! Oh, come on! Oh, fuck off, checkpoints.
Rivers flow towards the source. As if everything on this planet obeys the same call.
Ah, idiot.
Unbelievable.
How did it unhook? I didn't unhook it. I don't even know how to unhook it. Fucking assholes.
Rivers flow towards the source. As if everything on this planet obeys the same call. Unbelievable.
Yeah, drowning in a spacesuit is kind of funny, yeah. I can live in the vacuum of space in this thing, but not underwater, fuck no. Don't make me do this again. Nope. Turn and go. There you go, you stupid ass. Drop! Now! There! See? Not too hard.
There must be a way on the ground. If I follow the river to the source, I'd be safe from the storm. But those caves would flood in a few hours. Need to think.
No, there's like super hard frozen ice crystal structures that kind of jut out as your grappling hook points. That's the explanation. Like, oh, those points look grappleable. Let's grapple them. Okay, video game, do a video game thing.
Finally, the way to the source. It's so close. I sacrificed everything just to get there.
You can grapple my ass, Zvi.
Thomas? Thomas! What the fuck am I doing? You always said I didn't have to do it alone. You insisted.
And you're a liar! You're a dirty, stinking liar! I miss vacuum toilet.
This mission was my dream. But it turns out I can't do it without you. An equatorial storm that never ends. Never runs its anger out. That's what
All right, Lash, have a good night, buddy. Thank you for your money, though. I do appreciate your money. Yes.
This is just a friendly reminder that Disney own the rights to both Star Wars and The Predator. They can make a Predator versus Ewoks movie every day and choose not to.
That is a fair point.
Brace yourself.
They don't do that. Predator versus Ewoks would be fucking awesome.
Damn it! God, I'm freezing. Just need a second. Hope there are more spots like this. If I can't get out of this icy wind, I'm done.
Pace yourself, Ari.
What?
Didn't the new Predator movie fail? I don't know. But I can tell you a movie that wouldn't fail. Predator versus Ewoks.
I know it looks impossible. But you know what you're doing.
Thomas, I'm not sure about anything right now. I'm so fucking stubborn.
Up, upsy daisies.
Ariane. Always thought you could do anything.
Thomas, I'm in way over my head.
Okay. This is a safe zone. Oh, is that a ledge? Okay, that's the thing I can grab onto. Okay.
All these visions. Even now you're there for me. And I'm not there for you.
Shit. Shit. Okay. I'm on the other side of the storm now. We're good. Whoa, that's a cool effect.
What the hell was I thinking?
Okay. Okay.
Come on, Ari. Since when do you give up?
This is hell.
You've never given up on anything in your life. Now fight!
I'm not
Fight!
sure I'll make it.
Oh, there's the thing. Okay. 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 Thank you, video game, for video gaming.
Forget that calm follows every storm.
That's what you used to say when we were going through tough times. I won't run away this time.
But I will slide. Whee! Yep, the deeper the cut, the more the person or persons that get it is appreciated. I've noticed. Oh, she got that gangsta lean on.
I can't do it, Thomas. I'm so sorry. I can't go.
Yes, you can, goddammit. You can do it. If you can just figure out where to go next. The next conveniently placed shelter area. I can't see it. Where is it?
You devoted your life to this.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
You sacrificed it.
Thanks, Thomas.
Right. I've sacrificed us.
Time to bust some ghosts. I'm digging the pipe organ shit.
Why couldn't we have the mission and each other?
I was wrong. I've ruined everything.
Whoa!
I can't do it anymore.
Yes, you can.
I can't.
We can do it together. Careful, careful. Oh shit. Oh shit, it's dark. Oh fuck. Oh fuck me, it's dark.
I fucked it all.
Okay.
I've lost the mission and Thomas. I'm such an idiot. Now I can't even go back. Mission log. I've been forced to take refuge from the storm. I'm inside a cavern. All that EM activity made me see things. Echoes of Thomas, like apparitions from the planet, talking directly to me. If that's even possible. Were the echoes trying to guide me? Or dig up the past? We thought a lot about what we wanted from this planet. What if it wants something too?
Mission is, at the moment, find a way out of the cave. Oh! Oh, so there are collectibles. So I've collected 1 out of 8 samples. Yep. Is that a ledge? Doesn't look like a ledge.
How did I screw this up after everything we've been through?
Nope. Nope. Oh, there we go. Maybe? Nope, I'm just fucking walking around in circles like a dipshit. Okay.
One foot in front of the other. What's the fucking point?
Well, don't lose hope now, lady. We're almost out of here.
Oh no.
Fuck.
I hope it's not what I think.
Oh, it is. It's the smoke monster from Lost.
get out. Now. There must be a way to lure it away. Shit, the water.
Oh, the water makes noise. Okay.
I gotta stay out of the water, or it will hear me. There. Quick. Now's my chance.
God damn it. There, that. I need to be where that is, I guess. Son of a bitch. Okay. We're good on the packing, Vegeta. We got a few more minor things here and there, but mostly done. And the biggest thing is the computer, like, setup. My streaming setup and whatnot. Down there? Oh yeah, right there. Okay. Get in there, get out, bitch! Well, Vi, nothing is set in stone yet, but I'm thinking I might bump it up an hour early. Might bump my streams up 1 more hour, so they're earlier in the day, more EU friendly.
Thomas, I think I fucked up. I should have just gone to the source, right? This is crazy. I don't even know if you're still alive.
I don't wanna.
Hey, Ariane.
Hey, Tom. Oh, it's fake Tom. It's Ghost Tom.
I'm not ready to check out yet.
Thomas, I just knew it.
I found the base. Made a whole lot of crazy discoveries. But there's nothing for you to worry about. Old Officer Cross has got a plan.
No, if you're guessing, Nicodemus, go right ahead.
Of course you do.
Wherever you are, you're gonna finish this mission. I'll make sure of it.
You're crazy.
Always thought you could do anything.
You're a crazy person. I guess that's why we get along.
And switch characters.
Here I come. You're believing.
Oh, I'm fucking coming.
Pull yourself together, Aryan. It's just goddamn weather. Thomas has a plan. Maybe it will all work out.
No, no, don't go back, idiot. I wonder if the planet was intentionally frozen to keep little Nido bastards in check and weird sound monsters were left behind to prevent anyone from waking them up. Yes, we toyed with that idea earlier. Yeah. Like, the people who previously inhabited this planet were like, this planet is fucked. Let's find a way to freeze it over by using the source and freeze the fucking shit so this shit doesn't get out, you know, off this planet or whatever. And we've reawakened it as, you know, stupid humans.
May sound crazy, but I feel like Persephone is somehow helping me reach you. You must have a lot to tell me. I can't wait to see you. There are also things I have to tell you. Things I should have said a long time ago.
I'm really not sure where that wants me to go. Okay. Let me just get back on this. Or not. Okay. No, I want to get down to that collectible, like, ice sculpture thing that's down there.
Pull yourself together, Aryan. It's just goddamn weather. Thomas has a plan. Maybe it will all work out.
Okay. When you reach your hand out, that means you got a ledge you're gonna jump to, right? Usually.
Pull yourself together, Aryan. It's just goddamn weather. Thomas has a plan. Maybe it will all work out.
There. See, how hard was that?
Sound crazy, but I feel like Persephone is somehow helping me reach you, Thomas. You must have a lot to tell me. I can't wait to see you. There are also things I have to tell you.
Yeah, that right there.
Things I should have said a long time ago.
Nope. I feel like I gotta get closer to it somehow. Do I just have to go around the corner? Okay. Okay. I mean, you think I could just swing to it, right? But it won't let me, like, it's such a bitch trying to change directions. Like, they have a direction they want you to go. There.
Almost encouraging. Or maybe I just wanted to be.
Thanks, Kid Ween. Drop. Thank you. Oh, shit. up there. There, turn. Just stroking it. Just sitting here stroking it. I just want to turn the character to face that part of the fucking mountain, and I don't know, like, an easy way to do that. Well, I got there eventually, but it fucking doesn't make sense. There, save, good.
I've got this.
Okay, so follow the blue.
Best mistake.
Ah, there you are.
Please, just make sure you're still alive. I need to move on.
I will when I'm goddamn good and ready, bitch. Watch out! At least my bum is warm.
Oh shit!
Dude, that was close.
Come on.
Choo-choo! No, Thomas isn't dead as far as we know. I'm seeing electromagnetic echoes of him. Or hallucinations. Nice painting.
I'm almost there.
It looks like a Magic the Gathering card.
You're gonna be okay.
The T-Dog.
One way or another, my time's running out, Ariane. I could use some painkillers. Now, where's that med bay?
Let's see, where can I get some good drugs? Maybe down here.
I don't know what the hell that weird thing out there is, but it looks angry.
Is it a good game? Yeah, good story. It's a little bit like the gameplay wise is a little bit of a slower pace than most people are used to these days. It unravels pretty slowly, and you do a lot of the same actions over again, like climbing and running and sliding and stuff like that.
Depressurized.
But overall, yeah.
Damn it.
It's been worth it for sure.
What happened here?
Chapter 8, The Nexus.
There. Hope it's recording properly. I'll try to get close.
Oh, god damn it. I didn't mean to do that. Try it again. Go.
There. Hope it's recording properly. I'll try to get closer.
It's a bit clunky. It's not that bad.
Oh, God. I'm alive. I'm okay. Oh, God. Something's out there. I knew it. Sokolov won't make fun of me now.
Yeah, he's a real butthead. That's Sokolov, stupid
that thing
tiger.
Was definitely haunting this crew too. Or hunting them. Ariane, I hope you're okay. Wherever you are. I'm really close to the med bay now.
Oh, okay. So I got to go through the next control center, medical. Oh, okay. Yep. Living quarter labs, all this stuff. Okay. Okay. The changing room. Oh shit! Fuck! I didn't realize there's no fucking airlock here. That's what that fucking beeping noise is like. Why all the beeping? God damn it!
Just a little box of band-aids. That's not gonna help.
He said incredulously. That's not gonna help.
Shit. Move, mate. Keep moving, for God's sake. I hate that overgrown worm. Looks like I lost him.
Tiger Sokolov expedition to the source, or H349. 2 weeks underground already. Second-rate planet thinks it can defeat me. Sokolov, find us a way to the source. Ugh, what about I'll give you a team and actual equipment instead? Could we add some dynamite maybe? Oh, but of course. Been following a crack for a few hours. Seems promising. Headed in the right direction. Let's see if it goes anywhere. Expedition to the source, hour 382. Yeah. That last one was a dead end, not giving up the radiation or rationing until I run out of food. Leary better double that bonus when I find the source. Reading me, Commander? Space exploration, my ass! Wading through the shittiest slush-filled caves, more like. Expeditions to the source, hour 404. I'm lost, again. Hour 424. Found it! Easy passage, even. Large enough to get Marcus's machine all the way to the source. Happy now? Suckle up 1, Persephone, 0. In your face. Didn't expect anything from this place, but I must admit it's something else. Never seen anything like it. Now back to base. Better be some hot coffee when I arrive.
Taking a machine to the source? What machine?
The machine. The Miami Sound Machine. Well, ignoring that for the moment. One here.
I mean, I know we need the energy to warm up this freezing ball of ice. Vast amounts of it. I'm not arguing with that. But separating the source is what made that nemesis appear. Time to think about reconnecting it, don't you think? We do
Don't you?
mess with nature here, in ways we don't even fully understand. I love my job, but that's what I'm talking about. Haven't we learned anything? Yeah, but you know Leary. He needs his success story. Well, fuck that. We'll all be gone soon if somebody doesn't make him see sense. How many of us have to die for him to make up his mind? Surreal. I heard he's refusing to send Malcolm's results to New Star. I wonder what's in there. I'm not waiting to be eaten alive.
Wait. Did that creature appear because of them?
Yeah, thanks for catching up, Thomas.
And Leary, could he have tried to silence Malcolm?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, fuck. What an absolute mess.
True.
You guys were onto something here. No doubt.
Next EMS, not vertical variation.
Emissions. That could explain the readings we got before the crash. Could that have been caused by their experiments too?
Nidocytes and Nemesis from Domenica to Malcolm. Hey Malcolm, how you holding up? I'm aware that since we isolated the source in the Nexus, the concentration of Nidocytes exploded. I heard you're struggling with them. It seems to me there could be a correlation with the different sightings we recorded of that thing that killed Marcus. They started to occur after we activated his machines too. I'm sorry this had to happen in the greenhouse of all places, but I think it might not be an accident. In your opinion, could the water samples in there have somehow attracted or allowed in the monster? Or put differently, do you think it could share features with Nidocytes? Have the same origin, maybe? Working together, we might be able to prevent anything bad from happening again. Leary won't have a choice but to listen to us if we speak with one voice. If you ever feel like talking, the lab is open. Domenica. From Phaedra to Domenica. Sometimes? Anyway. First message. God, that guy is so tense. Yeah, you're a genius, but chill a bit, man. So what if we looked around? He scares me sometimes. We used to be a team. Sometimes? Anyway, I'm more scared about the commander. At least Marcus speaks his mind. Self-centered, borderline sociopath, but healthy. Leary, on the other hand. Okay.
Bloody hell, I'm gonna be sick.
Not in the suit, dude. Bad idea. Bad idea. Tiger Sokolov to Marcus McKellen. Hey, yeah. Tiger, how are the machines holding up at the source? Did the defrost alter our installations in any way? I need you to go down there ASAP to make your own observations if you haven't already. I don't trust anyone else. Sad to say we're the last on still working for the greater good. The others have joined the ranks of the dispirited and the unworthy. Worst among them are Phaedra and Domenica. We don't need them anymore. Marcus. Hey, yeah, I was at the source 2 days ago. Everything was fine. Want me to go there again? From Malcolm to Marcus. Marcus, could you come down to the greenhouse to help me with the Nidocytes? I've tried everything I can think of, but the results end up the same. Numbers surge, plants die. Leary and New Star won't accept it. I've already failed to validate the last gate. I could really use your help, please. I'm the weak link of this mission, I'm afraid. Malcolm. Nidocytes, son!
They developed this tech to channel the energy of Persephone's electromagnetic field. That was their terraforming plan. But they disrupted these nexuses.
Persephone's EM field keeps the temperature low. The magnetism is produced by the source and distributed by the nexuses, as Dominica likes to call them. We need the EM to stop cooling the planet and its energy to accelerate the rise in temperature. We need a machine that can divert the energy of the source into heating the planet. Reverted fusion reactors, study them. Could build one in theory. Energy would be captured in, then what? It's Rafe's business to figure out. First test, nexus under the base, then the source. The stability of such a machine will be main priority. Any hiccup, we're toast. But it's worth the risk. I'm sure everyone here is 100% dedicated to save humanity, and that should be no problem. The first iteration of the pulse machine didn't work due to the induction potency of the magnetic field varying too much compared to known models. It took me some time to figure it out. I've made modifications to decouple the magnetic charge from the electric one, stabilize it, and re-inject it to get a stable pointing vector before going through the machine. We were able to try it in the Nexus 6 thanks to Tiger. At least someone cares around here. Our first readings at the source indicate that we'll need much more than our current machine to isolate it from the network. More work for me. This game is a bunch of farts. Well, that's like your opinion, man.
This is Frank Leary, I think. The creature got him too. No puking in the helmet. There's an audio file in there.
Better get it.
I got hold of the following file today. Dominica has become a liability. I trust you will do what is right by the mission. If you don't, I know I will.
This is Dominica Cano speaking. And it might be my last log. Fedra left yesterday for the source. No news, but that was expected. Right now, she should be well out of the zone we cut from the EM field. I've redone my calculations while waiting for her to come back. Please come back. Can't say for sure. Too much is unknown, but reconnecting the source to the EM field might release much more energy than I previously thought. I worry that it may damage our installations beyond repair. But I'm on my way to the Nexus to reconnect it too. Fedra's right. Time to get rid of the machines that awaken the monster. Reverse the harm we've done. Oh God. What am I even doing? If anyone ever listens to this, well, I'm sorry.
Their whole extracting energy scheme clearly had monstrous side effects.
Monstrous, I get it.
Restoring the EM field sounds quite risky too. Anyway, I've got the commander's credentials now. This has to get me into the med bay.
Vincent, thank you for giving a sub. Just stick it to the man!
This shows the state of the machine that keeps this place off the electromagnetic grid. Still working. I thought that Cano went down there to shut everything off.
Well, something happened to them, I'd imagine.
New Star must have felt quite the pressure to deliver too. They knew they were going too fast, but what was the alternative? The Earth doesn't have time. This is our last hope.
Okay, we got lots of time. Let me... Oh, I can't read it now? Alright, fuck you. Re-forward next milestone objective from Commander Leary to Rafe. Ms. M. Rosen, the board knows better. Those changes are needed. We must find a solution. There's no alternative. Need I remind you of your contract? Any disparaging comment, act, or thought about New Star or its affiliates without immediate retraction to hierarchical superior and formal excuse using A38 form will result in termination of present contract. Don't make me your commander. Commander, I would like to bring to your attention the fact that the objectives we must attain are unreasonable at best. We can't go that fast. It would have disastrous repercussions on Persephone's climate. I'm sorry to say those instructions we've received are wildly out of touch with our reality here on the planet. We're already facing grave consequences of disrupting the electromagnetic field. Adding such a tantalizing change to the atmosphere and temperatures would be risking not only our lives, but the habitability of the planet itself. Please ask them to reconsider. From Mission Control to Rafe. Dear Rafe Rosen, the Board of New Star is delighted to share with you your objectives for the next milestone. See attached file. We cannot thank you enough for your work and dedication. Please do not reply to this email. Don't call us. We'll call you.
That must be the Nexus.
Well, the camera's not helping very much at all. There we go. Now I can see it. What's with the gifted? They gave me this key. The Don't Nod gave me the key to the game, so I didn't have to pay for it.
I can't get out without visiting the medical bay first.
Personal log of Marcus McCallan. 6 months we've been here. We cleared our first objective. The source is cut from the EM field, and Persephone is thawing. I feel like I've done my part.
Sounds kind of like Dr. Bashir from Deep Space Nine.
What about the others? I realize now that some people are just not cut out for this kind of mission. And not a day passes by without Malcolm or Fedra complaining about this and that. Despicable behavior. People would kill to be part of this mission. God damn it.
Oh, you said that, Alligator Fuckhouse? I missed it.
No more undermining the company. Our mission is more important than the feelings of a few slackers. The only way we're saving humanity is if we validate this milestone.
I don't want to speak ill of the dead, but yeah. That guy was a massive prick. Must never be stopped abruptly.
Or else.
I wasn't going to. But now I'd say it's tempting. Oh, God. What a jerk.
He's such a jerk.
Bothering anyway.
Actual research happening. Don't bother me if you're not dying.
Thank you, Commander.
Oh, goody. No more beeping.
Got everything I need.
Oh, yeah, medbay pods. Let's go.
Welcome to New Life, powered by Newsoft, a new start company.
Come on, mate.
Hashtag ad.
Give me some good news.
Scanning. Scanning. Scanning.
I was thinking that same thing, Megasiv.
Scanning.
That was pretty gruesome.
Diagnosis obtained.
I loved it.
Diagnosis: grade 5 liver laceration with multiple juxtahepatic venous injuries.
Liver? Uh-oh.
Imminent risk of death. Treatment plan loading. Urgent. Liver transplantation. No donor listed in your area.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
Alternative. Atriocaval shunting. Mortality rate high. Alternative. Resectional debridement of all devitalized parenchyma. Mortality rate high.
Hi.
Please call Dr. Dwan immediately.
There's no donors in your area, but sexy singles are waiting for your call. Would you like to rate our service out of 5 stars? How about a tip? 15, 20, 25%. You have selected Regicide. If you know the name of the king or queen who's being murdered, please press 1.
I guess it's all up to you now, Ariane. But maybe I can give you a head start.
Phone's ringing, dude. Phone's ringing. Gone downstairs to take out a pest. Why can't we have a normal day together? Isolation process from Marcus to Phaedra. Phaedra, the commander won't say it, but I will. Please do your job. Not mine. Not Malcolm's. Not anyone else's. Yours. And stop fucking snooping around. Dominica won't save you next time I find you on my computer. From Phaedra to Marcus. Hello, Marcus. Do we have a process in place in case we'd like to revert the source's isolation from the network? I know how it sounds. I get that a lot of lives depend on us succeeding in our mission. Everyone's, in fact. But we're swimming in nitocytes here. And there is that thing outside that I do believe exists and scares the living shit out of me. I'm not suggesting we give up just yet. I'm just trying to get a better sense of what our options are. So could reconnecting everything to the EM field and maybe having a second go at it be part of our options? From Phaedra Dwan to Diane. Diana. Hello, Diana. Some early morning caffeinated thoughts. Say I was to ask the eminent geologist that you are, if you believe nitocytes could be seen as an immune defense mechanism from this corner of the planet, what would be your answer? Best, Phaedra. Hey, Phaedra, by immune defense, I mean you believe a reaction to a specific stimulus. Have I seen that in geology? Never. And believe me, I've been poking at rocks and talking to dirt my whole life, as any eminent geologist does. But then, if you were hypothetically asking me, could nitocytes be part of a collective organism living around here? I tell you, it's not my field. But if it was, I would seriously consider the idea. Warmly yours, Diana.
If that big bugger and the nitocytes are defensive cells, who's the host?
The planet. Adapted to lymphocytes. Ask for Malcolm's data to confirm observations. Okay. Perform autopsy on Marcus. Get sample from Nemesis. Reconnect the source.
No doubt about who was invading, though. And who am I in this scenario, I wonder.
Please answer this little question on the iPad here. If you have time, would you fill out a questionnaire about your experience here with the new tech, new health bed, or whatever the fuck it's called? Oh, that's a closet with nothing in it. That's fun. Here's your new star, new scanner, new diagnosis. You need a new liver. What up, Ties? Thank you for the 6 months.
To reconnect this nexus to the electromagnetic field. This is how we save the mission.
Roll of Eric, what are we playing this morning? It's called Aphelion. Named for the project that came here before our mission, which we were unaware of.
You again. Right on time. That physicist Cano was worried that reconnecting the Nexus would create a huge electromagnetic pulse. Sounds like just what I need to destroy that thing.
Yeah. Ah, fuck! God damn it.
It's imprudent at best, but I have little to lose. Just have to take my chances and cross my fingers for Ariane.
Well, I'm almost out of oxygen. Okay, there might be some in here. Oh, did I walk by an oxygen tank? Man, I just didn't even see it. I would love it if I was able to die in this cutscene. That'd be fucking hilarious. Hold on. I'm gonna go back to the last checkpoint because there was a place I didn't go to. Oh. Look at that. Automatically hooked me up to it. How nice of them. Or not. Never mind. I can't. I thought for sure I could. Oh, that's right. I can't leap those because of my injury. Right. Okay, never mind.
Hey, Ariane. Look, not ready to check out yet.
We heard this.
I found the base. Made a whole lot of crazy discoveries. I mean, this mission's gone sideways, and I think I'm dying. But all in all, not a bad show, hey? But there's nothing for you to worry about. Old Officer Cross has got a plan. Wherever you are, you gotta finish this mission. I always thought you could do anything. Good! Good, come and get me, you fucker! I have a surprise for you.
Ow, my liver! I fell right on my liver! That don't look too good. He's smiling though, apparently. Man, he's having a great time.
Just perfect. I don't think this planet likes me. Time to go.
We had a good run, Ari. I've been the happiest with you. Every single moment. I'm glad we met at that interview at New Store.
Oh, it's right there. Shit. No tunnels, no climbing, no nothing. It's just right there. Fuck. What a gift.
Yeah. The big round thing. That's the machine I must deactivate. I'll get rid of the creature. Give you a chance.
This guy from Liverpool? I don't detect a Liverpool accent. But who knows? I could be wrong.
I made it this far. You'll continue.
That's the bad curry walk.
Activate the monitoring system? Yeah, okay.
Your hardware settings have changed. Please reboot the computer for these changes to take effect using proper booting device.
It works.
There you go.
Let's see.
Done. Permission denied. Total number of crew 8. Total number of people with authorization 0.
It's been rigged.
Don't you want to save humanity?
Little.
Smiley face.
Only way I see now is to destroy the damn thing.
All right, time to destroy it. Here we go. I'm gonna hook up my grappling hook. I'm gonna pull the cover off.
There you are. Come closer, you piece of shit.
I'm still alive, and I'm stoned. Look at my eyes, Jesus.
Really you? You didn't make it.
Yep, just fucking around. It's the only way to be sure. Where is he going? To do a flip.
Oh no. Shit. Thomas.
Better get down there.
I'm coming.
Oh, I'm fucking coming.
I just hope you made it here. Wow. That crater. No doubt. It's the nexus I saw on the map.
Come on, let's go.
Thomas? Are you here? Answer me. Please. Damn it. Is this place abandoned too? Hopefully there's at least some supplies.
No.
Okay. There's gotta be an infirmary somewhere. Damn. This fucking nemesis destroys everything in its path.
With the bad voice acting aside, is this game good? You think the voice acting is bad? I think the voice acting is probably the best part of the game. It's a slow-moving game, but it's got a decent plot and
Thomas?
neat-looking environments most times.
Hello? Hey, this Malcolm Spring was a fellow botanist. I wonder what happened to him.
Plants that could save us. Malcolm Spring, renowned botanist, explains. What if cooling our world was as simple as planting the right trees? Botanist Dr. Malcolm Spring thinks it might be. His research shows that in green neighborhoods, certain fast-growing climate-resilient trees could lower local temperatures by 3 to 4 degrees Celsius as cities heat up. We spoke with Dr. Spring to explore how leaves, roots, and science might help shape our future. Your research suggests certain trees could cool cities up to 4 degrees Celsius. Can you explain? Well, certain fast-growing trees and shrubs absorb CO2 and release water vapor. It's like a natural air conditioner for our neighborhoods. In our test area, summer temps dropped 3 to 4 degrees Celsius, which can reduce building cooling needs by over 20%. Impressive, but how scalable is this solution? Could this work across entire cities? Absolutely. We call it climate adaptive planting. Strategically choosing species for each microclimate, not just planting randomly. And are politicians and governments listening? Well, the challenge isn't the science, it's politics, budgets, and inertia. Sooner or later, rising heat will force action. They will understand that nature-based solutions are not just feel-good ideas anymore, they're survival strategies. Who inspires you right now? Do you have any mentors? Honestly, I would say Mr. Frank Leary, an astronaut with a wild but fascinating vision. He believes in extraterrestrial pollination and is ready to embark on missions to find habitable, fertile plants beyond Earth. Planets. You look like a happy child when you're talking about that. I know, right? I can't help it. It's just so thrilling. I dream of going on a space mission someday. Maybe I'll be the first astrobotanist on Mars. Who knows? And finally, do you have any have a key takeaway from your thesis on astrobotany? I'd say one thing above all. Sooner or later, we'll end up pollinating space. Pollinator drone stolen. The pollinator drone thieves are still on the run. Police have released a list of potential subjects. Too hot to hoop. Hornets versus Thorns game called off after AC breakdown at Dean Stadium. When dreams replace stars, the rise of oneirology over astrology. As faith in ancient beliefs fades, Some turn to the science of dreams for meaning and guidance.
Oh no. I hope that's not your blood.
It's not.
Holy shit. Oh my. Who the hell are you?
Oh my.
What happened to you?
Let's go find him. And ask him ourselves.
Shit. This is massive.
It is.
Could this be connected to the source?
Mm-hmm.
The med bay. Finally. Is anyone here?
Oh. So this has no power. There's something timey-wimey going. This is massive. It's too big.
Oh, that's too big.
It is too big. Hey, Dwan, can you analyze this, please? I went to eat it, but it...
Fear and paranoia took hold of the mission.
But it seemed like it had already been opened.
We're willing to die for their convictions.
You can't be too careful these days.
Willing to kill for theirs?
Oh, the EMP pulse. Right. The pulse knocked out all the electronics everywhere. That makes sense. So it might be the very same time, yeah.
No.
Unfortunately, that would be out too, because it affects, I would imagine EMP pulse affects batteries as well.
The whiteboard. It's yours. Gone downstairs to take out a pest. P.S. Why can't we have a normal day together? Harry. Thomas. What does that mean? Did you go down into that nexus?
I did indeed, or he did indeed. Let's go get him.
Mission Control, I've located the base. Thomas was here, and he's badly injured. I'm on my way into that nexus to find him. Also, Project Aphelion. They tried everything, even disrupting the ecosystem. But the planet is defending itself. The Nemesis is proof of that. Persephone doesn't want us here.
Not the batteries, but the thing that connect you. But what I'm saying is, like, an EMP pulse would take out like an iPhone or an iPad, right?
If this is the Nexus, I want to see what the EM activity looks like. How is the EM activity so strong here with the Nexus isolated? Another pulse?
Ow! God damn it! We both fell down that thing.
The elevator isn't here. Did you take it, Thomas? Mission Control. I'm standing at the entrance of the Nexus. There is strong EM activity. Thomas might be in there. And the smoke. I need to hurry.
Oh! God damn it! They certainly make it easy to fall all the way down. Oh,
Control.
fuck you,
I'm standing at
checkpoints.
the entrance of the Nexus. There is strong EM activity. Thomas might be in there. And the smoke. I need to hurry.
Okay, not as far back as I thought.
did you do? Why didn't you wait for me at the base?
I told you to go left.
No more ice. The water flows everywhere now. Fleeing the rising waters, losing my home, my land, my family was one thing, but I'm not gonna lose you, Thomas.
Oh my God! God damn it. Fucking perilous, man.
No more ice. The water flows everywhere now. Fleeing the rising waters, losing my home, my land, my family was one thing, but I'm not gonna lose you, Thomas. I wish this damn elevator would work. Is that how you felt during the Great Floods, Thomas? Worried sick, waiting for me to call you back. I feel it too now.
Boing, 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 boing. I don't even know, like, sometimes the grappling hook just detaches for no reason. No, down, just go down. There.
The smoke. I don't like it at all.
Super zoom in.
You can't die right now. You can't. I need to find you before it's too late. Let's move. Fuck.
What? Oh, another dead body? Oh, Domenica. Someone poisoned her.
Domenica? She was poisoned.
Looks like it.
Murdered?
Oh, there you are, you beauty.
Everything on this damn planet is fucking dead and cold. Thomas, I just want to hold you right now.
Yeah, so apparently he didn't kill, at least he didn't kill all of them.
Bloody hell.
If he killed one of them.
Holy shit. That crater. It's impressive. And that smoke. What happened? We used to go caving together.
Maybe take Domenica's liver? She's not using it. Oh, she got poisoned though. And the liver is kind of that's his whole job, right? To filter out poison, so it's probably bad now. Good idea though. Good thought.
Fuck. Just be careful, Aryan. Seriously? I'm feeling kind of cornered right now.
It's kind of crow-like. Oh, over there? Okay. Well, I gotta say, as far as stealth section goes, they're not too bad. Oh, did it feel me? They're it's pretty forgiving, which is nice. Like I said, I just touched the thing.
Back off, damn it.
And it didn't, like, give me a fail.
Let's find something to distract it.
Immediately find something to distract it with. There you go. Activate the thumper.
Bingo. How can you be so scary but so stupid?
No, what are you doing? Are you kidding me with that? Fall quieter.
Almost there.
Well, that was an accident. Oh, so I can do it from a distance. Made it!
Radiance. Hope you'll burn in hell.
Okay. I'm glad she got leaps, man.
Thomas.
That was a weird running cycle down the stairs. Whoa, that was close.
Hang on.
Look at that weird run down the stairs. It's fucking hilarious.
Whoa. This crater is so deep. Better not look down.
How deep? So deep, put her butt to sleep? Dude, I am so sick of that fucking grappling hook unhooking itself.
Whoa. This crater is so deep. Better not look down.
I mean, even if it's like this, you shouldn't unhook your fucking thing just because you jump off. Half the time you grapple, you're supposed to jump and swing to something. It shouldn't just unhook for no fucking reason. Yeah, because that's what I wanted to do. Yep. I swear to fucking God, just dropping from one ledge to the next is a fucking dice roll every fucking time. See, it worked that time. Didn't work the time before. And I don't know why. Yeah, good checkpoint though. That was nice.
Thomas, wait for me, please.
I don't think he's going anywhere, honey. Jesus. Nope, not that way. We're going down. There you go. Whee! Yeah, I'm running down the stairs.
Almost down there. Just a few meters left.
Blark.
This place. All that blood. No, 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 no. Thomas! Thomas, where are you? Thomas! Answer me! Please! This machine. Is it connected to the source? So you reconnected the Nexus. This is why everything is turned off. That's why the EM activity is so strong. Wait a minute. This happened 9 hours ago?
9 hours ago, huh?
You were here 9 hours ago? Fuck. Shit. It's blood again.
It's poop again. He called the shit poop.
Don't do this to me. You hear me? No. No. I couldn't bear it. Thomas!
Reunited and it feels so good. Oh, or not.
No.
I guess not. Never mind.
Thomas. Oh, Thomas, I'm so sorry.
Sorry about the ads. We'll sit here and wait for a minute until the ads are done. Please subscribe to see the ending. Good song for this, though. It's kind of fitting, even though this is not in-game music. Wait a minute. What's this negative Steam review of this game written by Zeke Chan? All right, looks like the ad break's over. Everybody back? Everybody back from ads? Okay. Maybe. I know the pause screen is like real burny. Okay, if you guys miss it, we came down, we saw some blood, and we walked up and we found Thomas sitting against the against a rock, silent, seemingly dead. And that's all. If you missed it, that's all that's happened. Here we go. Well, if he wasn't dead before, he is now. No, she's got a glass cover. The thing that's flipped up is like a heat visor or sun visor or something like that. Yeah, you can see it right there. There's still glass in front of her.
Ari, somehow I know you'll find this. I just, don't think I'll be here when you do.
I knew you were here. I was only a little bit behind.
I think I managed to take out that beast, or at least I got the planet's attention. But I'm all out of time reason not to tell you that I love you.
I knew it.
Always have.
Gross.
I know you don't want to hear this, but tough shit. It's true. Nothing has gone the way we planned it, but if you're here, there's still hope. That's what I tried to give you. At least a chance. Isn't this all about hope after all?
I just wanted a weekend at Bernie's him all the way back to the surface. No, his liver puncture ended up, he bled out, basically. Or something.
Source. Like it's beckoning. We all thought we'd find the cradle of life. But there's nothing there. Only a monster.
You don't know what's there. But you want to. You still want to be the first one to crack this.
Thomas. Were you a mirage all along? I'm sorry that...
You made your choices. And you never wavered. Always admired you for that.
Wait. Stay. Stay with me a little longer. That cluster of particles. Are you showing me the way, Thomas? I guess you want me to join you down there.
Why did he say we all float down here? Weird. Okay. No, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, I'm fine. We're fine. Everything's fine.
Where do you want me to go? This planet knows I'd follow you anywhere. That sound. It's so powerful. Mission Control, if you ever hear this.
The sticks.
Thomas is gone. I couldn't.
Domorigato Thomas Robato. Oh, sorry.
I know the
Different
mission's
sticks.
lost now too, but it's like the planet still wants me to reach the source. Like I am being called. And I have to answer. Of course. They were already here.
Yeah.
The commander and his faction were obsessed with isolating the source, no matter what it cost.
Not super graceful, but gets the job done. Can I just jump down there? No. Nope. You cannot.
Of course. They were already here. The commander and his faction were obsessed with isolating the source, no matter what it cost.
I see there's ledges to grab over there. Can't get through there. Okay, what do you, the viewers at home, think? Do you see a place I can jump to? I can't touch the water is lava. No, not, I don't think I can climb the pipe. You mean that hose thing right there? You mean this little outcropping? Nope.
Of course. They were already here. The commander and his faction were obsessed with isolating the source, no matter what it cost.
Oh, there's a red thing. Ah, there it is. Drop off the ledge, please. Thank you. The fuck did that even do? Oh, there's another one. Okay. There we go.
Let's move. I see you, Thomas. And I feel you too. I know.
Oh, there you are.
This is the right way.
I used to think you were just that damn noble. Sacrificing it all to discover a new world. Devoting your life to saving mankind. And you are noble, of course. But more than that, you're just stubborn.
Goddamn right.
Like you have something to prove to yourself most of all.
Ouch. Nailed it. You're gone, I know that. So why am I being tormented with these visions? Better watch my step. Those currents look fierce. Okay. Slowly.
How are we feeling about this game? Well, it's good. It's a little slow, but it's good. Close enough. Thank you. Sheesh.
Before all this, the scientist in me would have wanted an explanation. But it's not science that's leading me now. Just a gut feeling. Or maybe my stubbornness. Like you said, Thomas.
Or not, you know. It's not like I want to jump. Thank you. Fuck's sake, man. I tell you to jump, jump. Prick. Yeah, Game Pass is a good plan. From what you've played today, would you have paid for this game? I would have, but I'm a streamer. Are you asking if Zeke would play this? I would play it on Game Pass and probably, or wait for a sale. I mean, how much is it? Yeah, probably wait for a sale. Yeah, it seems relatively short too. Feels like we're close to the end, but I don't know for certain.
Our mission, Thomas.
Houndy, what up with the 68 months? Thank you, Houndy. What if Vin Diesel shows up at the end to fight the aliens? That would be cool. Someone should chronicle that.
Come on. You're always just out of reach. You said that about me once.
That would be ridiculous. Yeah, just don't do that. Okay, there we go. Pull it up. Family.
Stay away from me.
I don't even know where it is. I don't even see the thing. There's a big old rope. Oh, there we go. Oh, okay. So you're gonna kind of direct me where to go. Okay. The fuck is happening? Look at those big old drops forming. Dude, what the fuck? Can you swing a little faster, please? Nope. Something. Yeah, there's a little bit of jank to this, too. Little bit of jank. Oh, so just go down.
The rope, it stops suddenly. Shit.
Oh, who dis?
This is what I was afraid of.
Is that Tiger? I think that's Tiger.
Hello, Doctor.
Oh, Dr. Duran.
I'm sorry no one helped you, and you had to die alone.
This is Dr. Dwan.
Dwan.
I failed. My rope snapped. Fuck. I always double check my gear. Always. I was the last one. The last chance to shut this whole thing down. The last chance to finish our mission, Dominica. Anyway. This helmet's heavy as hell. And I don't need it anymore.
I hate having things in my inventory that have exclamation points by them. I have to clean them up. Even though I've seen those before.
To make sure you'd never reach the source.
Yep. Up there to down here. All right, where the fuck? Oh, there we go. There we go.
Down into the dark. I'd call this a stupid move if I had more to lose.
Hey, turn, turn. Turn, turn, turn. Oh my god, or turn the other fucking way, I guess? What the fuck is happening? Just turn and look the other fucking way, you goddamn idiot. Why do they make this so difficult? There, fuck off.
Wow. I guess that pulse didn't affect the machines down here. Thomas, it's you again. You're no longer with me, but look at all that. They were draining the planet's soul away.
I guess planets have a soul, sure. I'm not a scientist or anything. Oh wait,
Domenica.
yes I am.
Could Tiger Sokolov be the one who poisoned you? Shit. I don't even want to think about it.
Sensitive sound, blind reacts to frequencies. Is Kano right? Are we responsible for this? Saw the thing yesterday. Domenica saw it too. We caused it, she keeps saying. Need to talk to her soon. For now, just focus. Finish the mission. T. Sokolov. That definitely is something I can yank.
You got this.
Not yet, though.
You were meant for this.
How am I supposed to follow?
Now I can do it. Yeah, no shit. Banjo-Kazooie figured it out. Fucking Mario 64 figured it out. Why can't you figure out how to turn around on a fucking rope or a pole?
That was a time when they still believed it could work. And now it's up to me to tell the world that there's just no way this planet can ever be habitable.
What? Tell what world? And also, why did I pull this thing off? Oh, it was right here. Whoops.
It's getting closer. No time to waste. Dr. Montclair's log. The planet's visible EM field is more active than ever. I can see it flowing along the main artery. Like all things are being called to the source, including me.
Well, there's red things over there, which means there's a bad guy coming.
Another station. Okay, let's see. That creature apparently gets more active near the source. They've run cables and pipes for miles and miles. I wonder how long that took. This place. It must be the source.
What was your first fucking clue, lady? the words on it that says the source?
Project Aphelion had no clue what would happen when they cut off the source. Blocked path. Not very reassuring.
Well, I can definitely unblock that path if you let me. Raven Dreamer, thank you for the 6-7 months.
Seems like the station extended this way. Before everything collapsed.
This way, Ariane.
Up that way. Okay. So now can I do the thing?
Oh shit. Here you are. Well,
thank you.
It's the only way.
Yeah, I know. Fucking open it up. I'm somewhat of a scientist myself.
Fuck. What the hell do you want from me? I should use my EM scanner. Could help me find my way. Thomas, are you asking me to join you across the river?
Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay, perfect.
You're nothing but a sickness. You're the planet's disease. This isn't good. That thing might hear me splashing around. Let's distract it.
Yeah, let's do that. Thank you. I'm way ahead of you, game. Blorp. Are you fucking kidding me? No. How much of a distraction do I have to make?
This isn't good. That thing might hear me.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, splashing around. I got it. Yep, let's distract it. Yeah, go over there, you fucking cunt.
This fucking thing won't leave me alone.
Yeah, I need blue to... something blue to connect to that. Great, I think I fucked myself. There, blue. Yeah, I think there's a connector up there that I need to get. Somehow. There we go. Dude, what the fuck? Over there, bitch.
How do I cross that river?
Okay. There we go. Now, fuck off. Nope. Oh, yeah. Okay. So, yeah. I need to change the connectors to blue, wherever the fuck those are. Down there. Oh, there we go. Okay. Sheesh. Yeah, the game just came out this morning.
Source, do you?
There.
Let's head down and fix that bridge.
Oh, and there's a slide. That's what the slide is for.
I should be able to cross this way, Ariane.
Yeah, don't scream or anything. It doesn't react to sound.
It's haunting me. That's for sure. But I'm not gonna become its prey.
Watch out, Ariane. Watch out, Ariane.
Thank you.
Go back to hell!
Right through my foot! No! My favorite foot! God, I hope the checkpoint's not too far.
It's haunting me. That's for sure. But I'm not gonna become its prey.
Watch out, Ariane.
Go back to hell! No!
The dodge, they don't give you a lot of like leeway to dodge or jump and shit.
It's haunting me. That's for sure. But I'm not.
Watch out, Ariane.
Go back to hell!
You're on auto run, by the way, and it's hard to steer. Like they make it like you want to go in a straight line, but in order to avoid shit, they make it like real kind of fucking.
That's for sure. But I'm not.
Watch out, Ariane.
Janky.
Go back to hell!
Running.
Where am I going? What the fuck? Stop taking control of my character! For fuck's sake! See, this is the part they take control of your character for a hot second. I guess that didn't hit me.
Oh no! Leave!
Oh, good God.
Come on, keep running.
Oh no! Leave me alone!
Okay. That was a close one.
Just down, please. Just can you go down? Holy fuck, there is something weird about like happening with these controls. Down. Now over, just oh my fucking God. Just grab a fucking ledge, bitch. Jesus Christ.
your clothes, Arya.
Certainly hope so.
Thomas, it's like the planet wants me to feel like you're here. Even if I know that you aren't.
Am I going up? Where am I going? She's kind of putting her arm out a little bit. That's not the ledge I wanted to grab onto, but whatever.
The source. I feel like I'm getting closer.
Okay, that way. Or is it? Can I even climb up this? Okay, I can.
Damn. It's just not gonna give up. Maybe if I'm behind the waterfall, it'll cover my sound.
Okay.
Quietly.
So we're gonna do it like a quiet place type of thing.
So the plan is avoid water. Except there's water everywhere. Great. Go back to where you came from. I am not giving up. I can't. Please, just disappear. Let's distract this piece of shit somewhere else.
What? Hold on. Okay. Where the fuck am I supposed to go, though?
I've never seen the Nemesis this aggressive before.
It seems like I'm distracting it right in my fucking way. No, that's where I came from.
Not a sound. little more.
There we go. There's a save.
I can get behind that waterfall.
Well, I got a checkpoint just now, so that's nice. Oh!
Back off.
Over there. Where the fuck is this supposed to go? Oh, the wall hole. Yeah, I gotta find another one of those thingies probably. Nope. There you go. Yeah, there it is. Are you fucking kidding me? Is that thing distracting you or not? Who the fuck? Oh, fuck! Fucking do the fucking job. The one job you do. Thank you. Stay there.
Ziegler, Siegfist,
Here we
Ziegler.
go. No turning back now. Just keep moving.
Sure, whatever. Just get up. Get up. What up, Bullet Sponge? Thank you for the 79 months. Or, okay, I gotta go to this specific spot. Gotcha.
Shit. So you don't want to go away, huh?
I think that was a checkpoint, I hope.
It can't reach me here. I can take a breather.
No, we are at the climax of the game. I do not want to take a fucking breather. Oh, there we go. Okay. No, I was thinking Leap of Faith, but Leap of Faith has never worked out in this game, so.
Better to see the spider than to hear it crawling. Now I truly get it.
Upsy daisy. Up.
Oh no! I've just made it even angrier.
Sure. Sure. We put a slide in there so you would slide, asshole. So slide.
You piece of shit! Back off! No! No, no, no!
Oh no! I've just made it even angrier.
Fuck off, you piece of shit! Back off! Oh no! No, no, no!
Okay. We made it to the cinematic. Get away from her, you bitch! Wait, I thought water was death. I guess I can survive in water. Oh, fuck, and I'm... okay, we're surfing. One rock in the middle of everything. Oh, I want to grab it. I want to hit this rock. Okay.
Finally.
I
Going downstairs to get rid of a pest.
would think this is the end game. Heal Persephone's magnetic field. Yeah, that seems like the end thing.
So this is Project Aphelion. Leeching the source's energy to heat the planet. It was their greatest hope. Until it became their nemesis. But I know what to do now. Thomas showed me.
I hate to say it, but like, oh, more climbing?
Time to cure this disease.
What? Inside the source, Ariana is protected from the nemesis.
The nemesis can't enter the water that surrounds the source.
Okay.
I'm safe inside.
Okay. But what do I do with that information?
Quick now.
Did you change the stream time? No. No, I have not. I'm just going overtime. Because I want this game to be, I want to complete this game. Is that where we go?
No.
Nothing like a slow-ass fucking climax. Where they require you to go slowly. There you go. Yeah, you'd think you go fast, right?
No.
You do not go fast. She says quickly, but quickly that's bullshit. Absolute bullshit. Like quickly now? No. No, not quickly now. Don't say that.
When the source is reconnected, there'll be no more of these anomalies.
Tell me this isn't where I go. It isn't where I go. Are you fucking kidding me? Well, she had a line of dialogue going this way, so I'm thinking it's this way. Oh, there's a hole in the rock. I didn't even see the whole rock. Yep. Stay distracted there, you fucking prick. Oh, he warped? Nice teleport. Prick. Yeah, quick, while it's distracted. Move slowly.
The Nemesis can't hear anything this close to the machines. Good.
Okay. How many times I gotta do that? How many of these golf balls have we seen? 10 of them? Okay, I'm not running. It's running for me. Oh, so this is like the hub. Okay.
Here we go again.
Well. Thought I pressed B. Apparently I didn't. Man, who thought this was a fucking good idea to have a stealth section at the very end of the game? Let's just halt all the fucking momentum and action we've had. Yikes, man.
No!
Let's force the player to move super slowly. Is there a red distracto thing? I have not seen one. There's a fucking checkpoint at the very least. Move! Bitch, move!
You still won't give up. Not until one of us is dead.
Oh, I gotta run. Run, you fucking bitch!
No!
Oh, I'm back down to the bottom. Okay. Well, I mean, if the game just ended, people would complain about how many hours are in the game. This is a good way to pad those hours out for no reason.
Not until one of us is dead.
Yeah, the intermittent better be worth it. Unleash some fucking super alien or some shit. Get up there, you stupid fucking bitch! Up, 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 up! God damn it. Yeah, we're past the point where I would have stopped and looked up the ending on YouTube. I know, right? But it's one of those things like, well, we've come this far. Don't. Just don't. Just fucking don't. You are just fucking wasting my fucking time. Oh my god, just let me get inside the thing. Thank you. Fuck you.
I'll finish this mission.
Apparently.
Thomas.
No!
Okay. So the last thingy is, nope, not there. Is there. The last one is there.
I'll finish this mission. For the crew. And for Thomas.
I mean, fuck, I hope this is the way. Yeah. Jump across there. Yeah, I was gonna say, this is where I started. And this is the first one I fucking passed. Man, it'd be nice if I could just skip this shit and go up there. Okay, this is the way. Oh, hopefully we saved the easiest one for last, maybe? Maybe, if it's the last one, seems like it is. Yeah, you wouldn't be so lucky. Come on, guys. 3 stealth sections in a row to finish out this game. What a fucking weird idea. Because I gotta say, it stopped being suspenseful and became annoying a long time ago. Okay. Cinematic, let's go. Cinema. And it just dissipates with a whimper. Like a fart in the wind.
What hope were we seeking here? I've lost you.
Time for a soliloquy.
I've lost the mission. There's no hope here. Just a cold grave for all of us.
No, she didn't kill it just cause. She killed the power not only to remove the snaky thingy, but also to heal the planet and get rid of the cellular parasite that was frozen in ice before we got here.
Persephone. It was you all along, reaching out to me.
Fireworks! We restored the soul of the planet! Oh, and the atmosphere is breathable now, apparently. Unless this is a dream, which, you know, is possible.
Why did you choose to help me?
Yeah, that's what that could be as well. The key to Vector Sigma.
This is Mission Control to Hope 1.
Oh shit, Mission Control is back! I think that the planet is spelling out something. I think it says, be sure to wishlist Emberville? What?
We made so many mistakes. There was so much we couldn't know then. But I know now, Thomas. I know.
Yeah, I'm with you, Mega Civ. The cutscenes in the story is where this game really shines, and the voice acting is really good too, in my opinion. The gameplay just not pretty samey and not super engaging. Especially the stealth sections, man. Ugh. Also, is that Tchaikovsky? You're welcome. You're welcome. I'm glad we were able to start and finish it. It's a little pricey, but it's on Game Pass, so like, yeah. Also, there was collectibles. There was like, I got 2 of 8 of the little like things that you could like, you know, scan. No, I think that scene with if I was the story editor or whatever, I'd be like, okay, take that stealth section. If you want to keep it in, if you have to keep it in, take that stealth section, put it before the ending with your buddy, and you find him at the bottom of this place after the stealth section, and have like, you know what I would do? I would have, as soon as you pull out the 3 the golf balls, pull the power out of them, I'd have one last chase scene where it's dying, but it's still trying to kill you, but it's like falling apart as it's chasing you. And as you like are running and running and running, you end up like at the bottom of a chasm where you find your buddy Thomas, who was there, like had fallen down there or got there somehow. And you have that scene with Thomas where you wrap up with him, because that was a great scene. You wrap up with him, and then you wake up, and then Mission Control calls you, game over, game end. No, I can't write games, but I can certainly critique them like everybody else. Yes, Pragmata is on the docket. I'll probably start that tomorrow, since everybody's playing Saros now, which is great. Everybody's moved on. So I'll probably do some Pragmata tomorrow. After I got a sponsored stream tomorrow of, I wish I could have, or I probably should ask them how to pronounce it. But it's Magin, Magin, the Rat Project stories. I got a 2-hour thing to do for them right away at the beginning of the day, and then we'll fire up some Pragmata. Can we at least address the fact that she's never climbing out of this place? She literally had to fall multiple times to get down here. She has a grappling hook, so she can probably get out. You bet, Dark Curl. My pleasure. My pleasure. And also, Mission Control knows where she is now, so if they really wanted to send a rescue, they could, apparently. I don't know if they have FTL or whatever, but they've sent 2 missions here. God, all the climbing though, like, Jesus Christ, they really like that mechanic. They were like, we're really proud of this climbing mechanic that we gave you. And it's honestly nothing special. It's like every other climbing afterthought in a game that you've ever played. Am I gonna write a review on Steam? No, I never write reviews. My reviews would be tainted. I thought I did it for a while, and I thought about it, like making a reviews and blah, 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 but like, I'm being paid, like you guys are paying me to play a video game, so it feels like it's tainted, you know? It's not my job to critique a game, like, afterwards. Like, while I'm playing it and you guys are here, totally fine, but like, it feels weird to like, if I want to give a bad review of a game. Oh, is the shit looping? Is it? All right, I'll just hit continue then. Plants are growing. Okay. Hope springs eternal. And there it is. Well, hey, we got some time. Let's check out the extras. Nope, never mind. Okay. Okie dokie. Well, there you have it. Aphelion. Come here. God damn it. Come here. All right. That is going to be it for me today. We finished it. Not bad. Took us about... How long did that take us? Around 8-ish hours, give or take. With some fucking around and some failures and shit, so. It's not awful, it was just meh for a lot of it. That ending, though, that was a bad choice. Doing the fucking stealth at the end, that was a bad choice. That just totally halted all the, like, cool wonder that you know, meeting back up with Thomas had like, built up. And then it was just like, here's 3 stealth sections you got to complete. Like, oh, what a bummer, man. What a bummer. Anyways, is Pragmata on Steam? Yes, it is. Okay. Holy $60 though. Jesus. Okay. Well, I've heard nothing but good things. So is it, Pragmata's not on Game Pass, is it? Not on Game Pass. Okay. Oh well. Well, so we got that. We got Majin for a couple of hours, sponsored tomorrow, and then we'll jump into Pragmata. I hope you guys had a good time. I had a good time. Just, I mean, because you know, you guys being here makes gaming better, makes life better. So thank you for being here. I'll see you tomorrow for some Majin and Pragmata.
And until next time, for all of my Berserkers, and for all of Zinconia, this is me, Zeke, saying, see ya.